Good morning. Can somebody confirm that whether you can hear me or not?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for confirmation. But if you can then hear me, then it's okay. I think it it is not fair to wait again another time. I was trying to have the majority of students connected to the session. So now I think it's okay. So now just almost 60 students are here. So again, thank you very much, and wishing you a good morning and a successful day of learning another day. I am Dr. Bandula Ranavira, attached to the Department of Horticulture, and I myself and another two of my colleagues, Miss Amanda Bandara and Mrs. Achini Devagedara, another two lecturers attached to our department, Department of Horticulture and Landscape Gardening. We three are together to conduct this the next module of your diploma, Agronomy and Crop Production Systems. So we are having 2 days to conduct this module, and that will be, it is planned to be, even though it has been organized at the latter part of your first semester, this is a 4 module according to the title and the information even in the title, you can understand that. We are planning to conduct this session with the possible maximum participation of you now for two reasons. For two reasons. One is that during online sessions, in order to get maximum benefit out of this session, it is better to keep both parties, I mean those who are delivering the information and those who are receiving the participants, are in a kind of active mode. So not only I myself and my colleagues, you are also welcome to be active. Means what kind of activity we can do. The main thing is that we can express our ideas mainly verbally. You can unmute your microphone, speak up whenever it is possible or whenever you are requested. So please do that. It is not just to check whether you are here or not. It is to keep you in touch with the discussion we are having. So I humbly request all of you to share your ideas whenever we expect that. And not only that, during such a situation, you can raise any clarification whenever you want. So that is regarding the organization of our module.
Recording in progress.
Introduction to agronomy. That means in the first part of the day, we are going to get ourselves introduced to the aspects of agronomy. When you say plantation management, our diploma is on diploma in agriculture and plantation management. And the plantation management is actually an aspect of agronomy. So when you say plantation management, it is mainly based on agronomic practices in plantation. So when you say management of any cropping system, whether it is plantation, whether it is paddy field, vegetable farm, fruit orchard, foliage plant nursery, floriculture, production sector, in polytunnels, greenhouses, everywhere, the important aspect is agronomy. So, in order to start the discussion on agronomy, it is better if we can understand little bit, not only actually it is not the understanding, just to remind how the agronomic practices, agriculture practices has been started in the history. So that is the necessity, one of the necessities in discussing the agronomy. So even in the title picture, title slide we are having, we can have an idea what has happened to agronomic practices or agriculture during the history. So the left side picture shows not the very initial stage, but some earlier historical stage of agricultural practices. Some centuries ago, we started maybe these practices in our country, in other countries, doing these practices with some basic primitive techniques. And now the same operations are being carried out using some advanced technologies. Even the tractor mounted plows are not that much advanced technology nowadays, but these are more advanced than the earlier situations like this. So, why it is necessary to think about these developments? Understanding the necessity of development, why we do these operations, what is the or what are the expectations, and how the technology, the development of technology has been useful for the better fulfillment of our expectations in these practices. And these things are started not instantly. There were many steps during the history of agriculture, and we can remind some of these steps in order to have a better understanding on agronomic practices. So that is the thing I wanted to do first with you. So when we talk about the history of agriculture in any country, in different civilizations, in all of the civilization, the, the agriculture, crop production, agronomic practices has been developed in parallel with the development of civilization. So, in development of civilization, we know that in the history, civilizations were developed in many centers, many places of the world. It is not to talk about different civilizations. We know that Hindu civilization, then there are Mesopotamian civilization, and in European countries, they have their own way of development of civilization. In all of the places, in depending on the area, depending on the main philosophies, religions popularized in the area, the development of agriculture was always in connection the with a religion and with the water source, because the water was a necessity and still it is a necessity. So in many places, the civilizations were correlated with the river, maybe on a river bank. It has been started, and there were connections with some anarchies and religions. So this picture shows just the concept of one religion and neighboring surrounding paddy fields, like in our countries. And then in some other countries, the religion related with the agriculture was Christianity. In some countries, it was the Muslim religion. Then in Egypt, I can't exactly remember. There was another dominant religion in Egypt first, and in latter part on the Nile River bank, it has been started with an initial religion they had, but later on it has been transformed into Muslim religion in those countries, in many of the countries near to Egypt. I mentioned about Egypt because it has been uh, a pioneering civilization in the world as well. So now that was one thing I had to remind. Then if we go further, now when we say agriculture, it is considered as a science that is related with the practice of farming. Then in some of the literature, in textbooks, in maybe in public literature like in newspaper articles, sometimes agriculture is mentioned as science and art of the practice of farming, because it is not only pure science, there are many related aspects with the culture is there. And we know that even though we studied agriculture and there are experts in agricultural knowledge, theoretical knowledge, but when you go to a farm, then in a farm, the farmer is having his own hands of experience, and by his hands-on experience, sometimes he is doing a better job, better crop production than the person who is having a higher theoretical knowledge. Why? That hands-on experience gives many practical, important ideas. And when you say hands-on experience, that is the art of the agriculture. So anyway, not to go into details about the artistic value or the hands-on experience in agriculture, we can say that agriculture, it is the science or practice of farming. Then when we say farming, it considers the production of crops and raising livestock. That means producing plants in order to get some products out of that, out of the plant. It can be an edible product, that means something to consume as food, or it can be the production, raising, rearing animals in order to get a product. It can be meat products, milk products, maybe some other material like skin of an animal or other parts, whatever the products based on the animal biomass. So we started farming, as I mentioned earlier, with the results of the development of our civilization. And in the development of civilization, the crop production, agriculture was mainly related with our food habits. What do you mean by food habits? Food habits of an animal, food habits of human being, food habits of a bird, an elephant, and whatever. So, not only in the history, now also we have food habits. So, due to the development of food habits, we had to, better to say like that, we had to start agriculture. So, back to the idea of food habits. What does it mean under the two words food habits? Food habits mean the activities, the habits, the regular actions of an animal or an organism in order to obtain foods. Now, what we do in order to obtain foods nowadays? And what we have done in order to obtain foods in the history. Now, better to mention, better to remind what we have done initially in order to obtain food, in order to get some food, get something to eat. What we are doing nowadays, you can easily remember. And what we have done initially at the initial steps of the history, initial steps of the civilization. So maybe we can start the sharing of our ideas with that. How do you think? What were our initial food habits? How we started obtaining food in the history, the initial step. So it is now your time to remind all of us, including me, what we have done as our initial food habit. How we obtain food. Now, by that time, I can see that some of you have logged into the session, but without highlighting your index number, and some are just having the name of the device like phone or whatever. So I request you to rename yourself in your account so that when we take the attendance in the Zoom account, when we prepare the attendance sheet, we will have your index number, DAPM, a certain number you have, and please check whether you have included the number correctly. I can see that some numbers are a little bit different than others, starting from 52,000. That may not be the correct number. There is a number 52,202. So please check your number appearing on the Zoom account and rename your cell. Right. So what was our initial food habit? How we obtain food from the world, from the environment, from the ecosystems, in order to fulfill our food requirement. Now, most of us are purchasing food. One can say that is our food habit nowadays. But if we consider the habits related with agriculture, we are talking about the development of agriculture. So what was our initial food habit? Please do not feel any hesitation. We all know that our ideas are considered, highly valued. So please do not wait till I name you or request you personally by name. So just to activate your voices, I can name some of you, maybe just according to the appearing sequence in my screen, and maybe the number is also. So can Tishan, can you remind us the first ever food habit, or how we started our food intake? Tishan, are you there? You can unmute your microphone and start. So either Tishan can't hear me, or he is not here at the session. Then Achini, can you help in that regard? The food habits we had initially. Ola will come. I am just mentioning few of the names.
Excuse me, sir. We are hunter-gatherers in the...
Yes, of course. Now, can you elaborate? Hunter-gatherers means what we have done?
That means we have killed the animals and we ate flesh, and we ate some what we have found in the environment, like
right. So now what you say is that in order to get some food from animals, we were searching for animals, searching for animal-based food in the environment. So yes, we were hunters. So I just wanted to get the explanation, clarification from you, and you have done it correctly. So hunters means the mainly we were hunting for animal-based food, searching for animal-based food, and then there was another text message as well. So anyway, it is not the time to go through all the text messages, but I appreciate that as well, delivering the same idea. So we were hunters, and hunting means we were searching for animal-based food, right? Okay. Now, what about now? Was that the only type of food we had obtained at that time? Animal flesh, animal meat, milk, or other products? What about the initial steps of obtaining plant-based food?
I think our ancestors had plant-based foods also like alavarga.
Yes, tubers, tuber crops or roots and tuber crops. And how we obtain them? The same way, as you said, with the animal-based products, we were searching for suitable food from plants in the environment initially. And the same practice like hunting animals, searching fruits, tubers, and other plant-based food as well. So we were happy to had the support from the nature, from the environment in order to get food. So if we just have a look at those activities at that time, I'll try to but anyway, it is not something um, that is to be understood anyway, but just to memorize what we have done during that stage. As you said, we were hunters like other animals, like some other hunting animals. We were hunting and bringing collected food from nature because we saw that some other animals were hunting their prey, and we took an example from those animals and obtained our food in the similar way. So during the search for animal food, we also observed that some other animals were consuming some plant parts, and we learned from them and started consumption of the same plant parts. So this is just an example of one lesson given to us by animals. The bird parrot was showing us what are the possible fruits to be taken from the environment. Then the leopards were teachers in hunting. So based on the examples given by the animals, we had collected by searching for food. So we brought food to our family or group members from the environment. Right. So, okay, that was the first ever food habit we had, and then search for food. Now, somehow we had changed that food habit and came to a different type of food habits later on, and we know what are the food habits we are having now. So, we had a change of our food habit from search for food, and now we don't do that very much. There are only maybe few members of the world population, smaller number. In certain countries, they are still doing this activity, but majority of us are not involved in searching for food. So, what were our next steps after that? We had a good start on our discussion. So, what were our next steps? Or had we continued this up to date? Or have we had some other steps?
Agriculture.
Hari, okay. How we started agriculture? Now, we are in a certain level of agriculture development now at present. And was it something how we started agriculture? From the step of search for food, what was the next step of agriculture? Maybe initial step of agriculture. With the development of start agriculture, yes, you are correct. But if we explain or clarify further, what were the first ever food habit so maybe these lessons given to us by these animals, and when we were looking at these lessons, examples, maybe we learned something more than the eating of fruit from this plant. We saw some other things happening in the nature. I saw yes, why don't you unmute your microphone and share the idea with all of us? If I correctly pronounce you, Teshala or Teshala, please, Teshala, I think, yes. If I'm wrongly pronouncing, please excuse me for that. Don't misunderstand. Somebody who raised the voice as saying started agriculture. Was it Teshala or Tilini? I can't remember. It was appearing quickly. So microphone can be.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Achini.
So when they couldn't find enough food for them, they started grow their own food, sir.
Yes. Okay. So you have done some additional thing as well. So the reason for change of the food habit from search for food. So that's good. Now we were collecting food, searching for food in nature, in the natural environments, and then sometimes we had enough food for our group, But time to time, gradually the population was increasing, our numbers were increasing, and the collected fruits, collected meat or other products were not sufficient enough to fulfill our requirements. So because of that, we had to uh, grow our own plants to maintain our own plant populations. So, and how we got to know that we can do that? We saw that some parts of the plants that were in the nature, sometimes the plant parts fallen as residues of consumption by other animals. For an example, the seed of this fruit after consumption, when it is fallen on the ground without our help, it started growing. We saw that the seed of this fruit become a tree, and we saw that that tree is giving us fruit. So we thought, why don't we do, or why don't we try to have those plants grown by us? Then there was another problem. There were many problems. One thing is what you have mentioned, the main reason. I am very happy about that help. So that we were not having sufficient food, and that problem is available even nowadays. Production is not sufficient enough. So there are many problems. So in addition to that, when we were searching for food in the natural competitors, even this leopard, this bird, they were competing with us for the same food. And we were competing with those animals for the same food. So before we collect this food from the plant, some other organism, the deer, before us. So we couldn't get these products for our consumption. So then because of that, we thought it is better to have these animals or plants somewhere near to our residence. So we started growing the food plants in order to have maybe better food supply. So there were many reasons. The main reason for change of that food habit was the lack of sufficient food, the increased requirement because of the increase of the population. And the other reasons were that the security reason, threat for our life, competition from other animals. So we had to give solutions for that. One solution we could get was the growing food plants near our residences. So it was like this. So we had animals nearby, we reared them, and in addition to that, we were growing plants nearby, and we understood that the plants were better grown near the water sources, and we also started living near to the water sources, and gradually the populations were built up near to the water sources, and that is why we mentioned that the civilizations were started on the river banks or near to some other water source. So that is that was the first step of agriculture, growing food plants, food crops by ourselves. So then I think we had started agriculture like that, and we continued that as our major method of food intake. So we were happy for a certain period of time, and we know that we are not doing that as the major method of food intake or obtaining food. Now we have some different methods. Now, uh, before coming into our current methods of food habits, what we have done now, now was this useful forever, or was this method of cultivation and rearing animals were sufficient enough to fulfill our requirements forever? How do you think? Have we had some other problems again? Yes, these things are better known to you than me. Now, what were the problems, issues we had with this new step of food habit or initial step of agriculture? Yes, the method was useful. We had animal products, plant products, but the there were problems. What
I
were the
think,
problems?
sir, we could not keep the food spoil on time.
You mean we couldn't store the food for a
Yeah,
long
yeah.
time? So that was one problem. So the products, the food was produced and had the type of the nature of plant growth, the seasonal nature, is a good point. And we were not having much knowledge about storage of food. That was one thing. Then there was another issue that the same reason we had as early in earlier food habit, that due to the increase of the number of the members in the group, we had to obtain more and more food. So it was not sufficient enough. At the same time, there was another problem. Now, when we were growing plants near our area continuously, we felt that the production was gradually decreasing. The quantity was reduced due to many reasons. We will talk about it later as another problem. So, um, anyway, before going further, one reason now when these people were growing this plant in this place again and again, the now suppose that from 1 square meter of this field, they received certain quantity. For an example, so they were not measuring in kilograms that day, those days. But suppose that from 1 square meter, they have received 1 kilogram. And then when they were growing the same plant again and again, maybe after 2 or 3 seasons, the quantity obtained from 1 square meter has been reduced to maybe 750 grams and then to 500 grams. What were the reasons? The reasons were like this. Now, maybe now the resources required for the plants, like nutrients, or the elements required for growth were gradually decreasing in the soil because we were taking away the food continuously, but we were not giving back those things again. And maybe in some areas, availability of water was reduced, and that was another problem. Likewise, we felt that the yield was reducing, the quantity was reducing, and we couldn't understand what was happening at that time, but we felt the need of providing food for our group with some increased quantity. So at the same time, we saw that there were places where the plants are growing better than our initial place. So we started shifting our place of cultivation to a new place. So like this picture here, now see that there are empty or cleared patches of the jungle. So people were shifting their place of cultivation from this place to this place, and from this place again to another place maybe. But it looks like that this is the latest one. So this is the first ever system of cultivation, system of crop production. What is this method of cultivation? Can you remember the name in English or in our native languages?
It is chain method, sir.
Yes, Chena cultivation. Not only in our native languages, even in English, they are using the same Chena cultivation. And the other term is just giving idea, the shifting. Now, as the British people were observing this practice in the countries like our countries, so we had used this word, and now it has been just used in English as well. So Chena cultivation or shifting cultivation was the first ever crop production system. A kind of an organization was there. So we started our first ever crop production system. When we say shifting cultivation or chain of cultivation, is food production or crop production system. Somebody will think that can it be a organized system? Why not? A farmer growing food crops in an area, his objective was to obtain the required quantity of food, like the objective of production of certain plant crop or plant from a plantation, whatever. So this was his crop production site. As the yield has been reduced, he thinks that better to change the place. If there are places available, why not start cultivation with a better place? At that time, we could understand what was the reason for the yield in another place. But now, in the new place, the resources are available. at a level higher than the previous place. So at that time, the new place was the totally new place. So we can say that was the virgin soil. But nowadays, there is a problem of finding a new place for change in the plant production site. So shifting cultivation is not possible nowadays due to many reasons. One reason is the limitation of cultivation. So the requirement of higher quantity was there, and requirement of changing the place was there. But with the development of civilization, with the increasing populations, the limitations for new land has arisen. So now to increase the yield, at present, we can't go from one place to another place. Now we have to increase the yield or at least maintain the same yield in the same place. We can't go here and there nowadays. Only in few places of the world, there can be a shift in cultivation. Even nowadays, the meaning of the China, now in our country, some farmers in certain areas, they use the term, I'm going to China, I'm going to my Hena. But the Hena is fixed. China is fixed in one place. There is no shifting. But the word, the term is, the name is used, but it is not the real shifting cultivation. So in order to obtain the same yield again and again, or in order to get an increased yield from the same place, we are now having some kind of developed cropping systems. Now, what we do in developed cropping systems nowadays, in addition to what we have done earlier, there are many things we are doing now. Earlier, if we cultivated crops in this area without any activities, we had gradual reduction of the yield. But now we know that there is a possibility of getting the same yield or higher yields from the same place. That is the development we are having now. So, just giving an example is that nowadays we apply nutrients as fertilizers. Nowadays we give water additionally to the water available in the soil. Likewise, there are many practices we are carrying out in order to get the same yield or maintain the same yield. So those things are now named as agronomic practices, agricultural practices, agronomic practices. Now, before going into the discussions on agronomic practices, if we just summarize what we have discussed up to now, we have changed the food habits. The reasons for the changes of food habits is like that we have the requirement of increased food production due to the increase of our population. And we had the problems faced during food search for crop production. And the crop production system, our food habits, was changed due to the reason we have mentioned earlier, reduction of the yield. In addition to that, we have not mentioned, but we saw that some pests and diseases were there. Now, the bird who gave us an example, who gave the lesson to select the food plant, they were still consuming the same crops when we are growing the same crop. So, like that, there were other consumers, competitors. So, we had the attack of or problem of the pest, and we have used the new technologies to maintain the same yield, to provide the inputs required for cultivation. Then the resources like land, water, and nutrients, maybe other inputs, were gradually limited. And because of that, we had to change food habits. And there is another thing which we have not mentioned. What is that? Earlier, we all were growing plants in order to obtain food. Earlier, we all were searching for food. Whoever was capable to search for food, all of them went to collect the food from natural environment. Then, when we started growing plants, we all involved in growing plants because that was the only thing we wanted to do, obtaining food. But now, and with the increase of development of civilization, increase of the living status, now there are different professions we are having. Of course, one of the important profession is still the crop production. Not just a farmer. Now we know that most of the farmers, and many of you will be the same. Now the farmers are entrepreneurs, farmer, businessmen, commercial level farmers. So we have changed our socio-economical relations, and because of that, we had changed our food habits. So now it is not just collection of food, it is not just growing plants. Now we grow the plants, now we produce the crops with an how can you say, already well-defined objective or aim of agriculture. What is the main aim, main objective of agriculture at present? It is the sustainable production of crops. So what is the sustainable production? In other words, we need the same level of production or some increased level of production, same yield or an increased yield from the production. Then why the yield is reduced? Because the resources are reduced in the medium. What are the resources? When we grow plants, the elements, nutrients, water, the resources available in the substrate, in the soil, is gradually reduced. So because of that, as we know that the yield is reduced because of the deterioration or reduction of the resource base, in order to get the same yield or maintain the yield at the same level, we have to produce the crops without deteriorating the resource base. That means without reducing the resources available in the medium, nutrient, water. So, aim is sustainable production of crops without maintaining, without reduction of the yield. We would like to produce the crop. So, To achieve that, we have to provide the resources we are obtaining from the substrate, from the field, to the same substrate back again. What we take from nature has to be given back to nature. Otherwise, nature will not give us the expected results. So, to achieve this aim of agriculture, we have developed some theories and practices in crop production. And crops are produced on the soil. So, those theories and practices that are involved in sustainable crop production are considered under agronomy or agronomic practices. So, that is the thing we are going to discuss in our module which is going to be discussed with you during these 2 days coming today and the next day. So the next step is to continue with the theories and practices involved in crop production and soil management. So before going into that, we will have a small break, stay around 5 minutes, so that we can continue afterwards. I hope you will be in connection. So sometimes when you are disconnected, it will be difficult to reconnect again. My recommendation is to be connected during this small short break. We will have a longer break later on. We had just around 1 hour discussion. So to continue, we will have 5 minutes break. Okay. We will continue afterwards.
Recording stopped.
So the theories and practices involved in crop production and soil management is considered under agronomic practices. And we just a few minutes ago, we mentioned that these practices, theories are being developed in order to get the sustainability in crop production. So if the plants are not growing well, there is no sustainability. The resources required for plant growth are to be given at the required level in order to get the good or required quantity of the production. So to understand what are the resources required for plant production, we have to consider the resources or the factors that are determining growth of the plant. What are the factors that determine growth of these plants? Change of what kind of environmental conditions, materials available in the soil, some other parts, components of the environment or ecosystem that can change the life of these plants. Those are the factors. Now, if you can quickly help me to list the factors that will determine the growth of the plant. Now, already you have studied many things about the plant, crops, crop botany. So because of that, you can easily list out without taking much longer time the factors that determine growth and development of plants, crops.
Temperature.
Yes, of course. Okay, temperature, and temperature is important for maintaining the biological, physiological processes that are based on enzymes, because enzyme functions are uh, highly depending on temperature, like photosynthesis, transpiration, absorption of nutrients. Many things are depending on the temperature. Yes, very important factor. Another one,
Lightning.
light. Have you mentioned light? Isham, if I put you correctly, was it light you have mentioned?
Yeah, it's sunlight.
Ah, yes, yes. Okay, yes. Sunlight, light is another factor, very important factor that is useful, essential for photosynthesis. So these plants feed. Yes, the sunlight, water is also another uh, requirement for photosynthesis and many other functions to transport nutrients to the aerial parts from the roots. Water, and water is received by the plant through, now as a factor we can mention now, yes,
And CO2 level in the nature.
uh, yes, carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere, CO2 you mentioned, I think, and then water level in the soil, carbon dioxide amount in atmosphere, then nutrients in the soil, and that means elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. Uh, then now we know that to maintain the flow of nutrients from root system to the aerial parts like leaves, plant has to absorb water, go through the plant, release it to atmosphere, and the releasing to atmosphere through stomate, uh, there is a need of certain level of wind, not the cyclones, not the typhoons, but normal breeze is helping plants to get an efficient transpiration uh, during the functions of the plant, right? So up to now, we have mentioned factors like light, temperature, like mainly the sunlight needed for photosynthesis. We mentioned about temperature. So water is required, as you mentioned, and it is available in the form of rainfall, water in the soil, relative humidity in the atmosphere, wind, and also there are many other factors, important factors. You mentioned nutrients. Can you remember? So that was mentioned by you. Other factors, nutrients, elements. Now we can see that some of these factors are available in the atmosphere at the above ground part of the environment. And now it looks like there are some more factors. I feel like that. That is why I put this question mark. If there are other factors. Any other factor you can mention? Maybe I have forgotten some factors to be given here.
pH level,
Yes, conditions in the soil like pH, whether it is acidic or uh, base conditions, then nutrient level, pH in the soil, and some other properties like particle size. So we'll talk about that. Soil type, soil variety. Yes, you wanted to mention something? In addition to those factors you have mentioned, now these are non-living factors, but we know that there are many living factors like animals that are consuming those plants by competing with us, parrots, the birds, the insects, the caterpillars that are damaging the plants. Not only caterpillars, there are many insects. Some of them are consuming plants, damaging plants. Then there are many helpful insects who are pollinating crops, pollinators. They are biotic factors. Then some birds are considered as pests, but some are beneficial. These types of birds, there are many birds who are catching pest insects. Then there are other plants that are competing with our crop, absorbing nutrients and water provided to the crop plant. And sometimes we are growing some other plants to cover these soil. We are going to talk about it later. Then those are visible animals, visible organisms, but there are microorganisms that are causing problems as plant diseases, but there are microorganisms that are helping plants in order to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. The microorganisms that are living in root nodules of the certain plants, the grain legumes, the leguminaceae plant. We are talking about the groups of plants later. So there are helpful microorganisms like this, rhizobium bacteria, and some plant pathogens. So about those organisms, we have a different module later. We can think about it. Then we can discuss about them, not only thinking. And the plants that are competing with our crop, reducing the yield, we name them as weed plants. So those are some living factors. We name them as biotic factors. The factors that were mentioned earlier, that are non-living factors, we name them as abiotic factors. These are biotic factors, non-living factors. Then you mentioned about the soil factors, the physical condition of the soil particle sizes, soil properties, how much is the pH, what is the condition of the soil, whether it is with the small particles, larger particles, and then the type of organisms living in the soil. There are beneficial organisms and there are organisms that are damaging plants. All types are available. Then not only these factors in the environment or ecosystem where the plant grows, but there are factors that are somewhere else, the society, the maybe the decisions of the people, like now one of the main factors. Now those factors that are available in our society, in our decision makers, political decisions, those are considered as socioeconomic factors. We can see some of the examples like the, that for farming, for crop production, we need money, funding, financial resources. Then human resources are required for farming. The irrigation, macro level irrigation, not by the farmer, but by the certain government authorities. Decision of the governments to develop different irrigation schemes in certain areas. Supply of power supply to the areas of the cultivation, or maybe power supply to the farmer. Then roads and other infrastructure facilities given for the crop production areas. Those are very important because the quick transport of the product to the market before deterioration is important. And another thing is when these infrastructure facilities are available, people are not leaving the agricultural areas to get better facilities. Now, not only the roads and other facilities, but sometimes the storage facilities for farm products, stores, then recreational facilities for the farmers, the schooling facilities for children of the rural or farming people, other recreational facilities. So education is not a recreation. The better education is needed for the children and their welfare conditions. Then supply of water for agriculture as well as water for other needs of the people. So there are many socio-economic factors. I request you to think about those socio-economic factors before thinking about the other things. Now, maybe the factors we have mentioned earlier, abiotic and biotic factors like now pollinators, pest, different types of pest, microorganisms in the soil, good organisms or beneficial organisms, bad organisms or pathogens, whatever, and the abiotic factors like temperature, humidity, all those factors are important, but maybe there is an environment or ecosystem where all those previously mentioned factors like this are at optimum level. Optimum means the best, good level for the plant. But maybe everything is good for farm, for plant production, but the people will not involved in farming if the socio-economic factors are not available for production. So that is important, and by providing socio-economic factors, we can do a lot of improvement in farming practice. Now, agronomic practices will be carried out by farmers at optimum level, and crop growth factors will be given at optimum level if the socio-economic factors are available at optimum level. There is a good question regarding the technology. Now, the development of technology and the decisions by the government to develop the technology, yes, it is a socio-economic factor. Availability of resources, the technology, equipments, that is also can be considered as socio-economic factors. A good point. Now, you can see the solar energy, solar technology, uh, supply of solar power, and the technology of irrigation, technology of water supply, transport technology. Yes, they are socio-economic factors. Right. So, before moving into the next session, there are few some very brief discussions I have to conclude before handing over the session to our colleague. I'll move into the next topic. So, in order to give the crop growth factors, supply crop growth factors at optimum level to the crop. We are selecting suitable place for cultivation. The crops are cultivated on the soil, and we know that the soils are available in different places, different soil types are available. So now not all the soils are suitable for a given crop. At the same time, we can say that not all crops are suitable for a given place of cultivation. So that should be understood clearly before starting the crop production in an area. See that in this picture that there are different types of crops grown here. We can see banana, we can see some bushes of tea, coconut is there, and this is a rare condition in the hilly or mountain area. There are some plants that are, it looks like a rubber plantation is also there. So, is it good to have all these crops in this given land? We can't answer quickly because we don't know with the conditions here. Then what are the possible crops grown here? To understand that, it is necessary to think about or have some idea about how we use the land in a given area. What should be now to understand that, it is easy for us to know about the use of land in our country. Based on that use, we decide on the productivity of the land, productivity of agriculture, and if we select the most suitable land for the cultivation of the particular crop, then the provision of or supply of crop growth factors at optimum level will be easier, and we can do it in an efficient manner. Then the sustainability will be there. You know what is sustainability? We have discussed about it. So the categories of land is decided based on the physical conditions. That means the based on the physical factors of land like slope of the land. You saw that the picture earlier. There is a slope. Here the slope is very steep, but in the lower areas, it becomes little bit leveled. We will see some more pictures later. Then the slope and the condition is decided based on the elevation. Elevation means the height above the mean sea level. And based on the elevation and the slope, the drainage of the land and soil erosion will be decided. So those are physical conditions. And there is another simple classification depending on the basis of economic value. Now, sometimes the land will be very suitable for cultivation by farmer, but if the land value in that area is very high, then the renting that land, use of that land in agriculture may not be the most profitable or economical decision. Then in such a case, maybe the owner will go for some other use of the land rather than agriculture. That is why in some areas where the conditions are very good for plant growth, crop growth factors are available in certain urban areas, semi-urban areas in our country, in certain districts. But people are not involved in agriculture. Lands are not used in agriculture because the economic value is higher. When we think about the first category, which is more important for the cultivation of crops, the lands in our country can be divided into mainly 8 categories. Now, this is an either aerial picture or picture taken from a certain height, but it gives us the idea that now we have the Indian Ocean around our country, and near the ocean and near the water bodies. See, there are many water bodies, inland water bodies, not only from the areas of coastal areas. There are leveled lands, and then gradually the lands are getting a kind of, how can you say, the slopy conditions, or some hilly areas are available when we go along the land from the valley or bank of the water source, right? So if we just use a simple sketch like this, now there are lands that are leveled, and then those lands are near to water bodies normally. But sometimes there are leveled land in the higher elevation also. Now, it is not to divide the lands depending on the proximity to the water source, to the Indian Ocean, or to the rivers or water tanks, old reservoirs, new reservoirs. This is just classification based on the level of the type of the slope. Now, you can see many categories from 1 to increasing slopiness, and finally the slopiness is a barrier for the production, sometimes crop production, not the plant growth. So when the slopiness is getting at higher level, there are limitations for crop production. Then the choices are limited in the higher levels or higher categories of the physical land use classification. We have to go for details. Now, again, another picture I am using. See the lands difference here, a leveled land, and when we are getting closer to these mountain areas, they are getting higher slopes, and the category will be different. So, in this area, there are specific features, and the crops recommended to be grown in this area will be different than the crops recommended to be grown on these slopy areas. And the main thing is the land preparation and the preparation of field for crop establishment or start the cultivation, the category of the land is very important. So those things needed to be considered before we go into the steps of land preparation. Now, I can just give you one example. Now, if we consider the establishment of a crop in this type of a land, which is the first category, maybe we'll talk about it detail in the next day. But the first category, naturally the lands are having a leveled land. So the level will be maybe naturally available. So we have few things to do, few things to be completed to maintain the level of the land plots. But when it comes to the cultivation of crops here, the leveling will be an issue. How to do that? How to do the land preparation? It will be little bit difficult to do certain land preparation practices in these areas. So those things we have to discuss little bit in detail when we are going to talk about the next topics of land preparation as well. So with the intention of discussing with you those things in the next day, I will wind up the session for, the initial session, introductory part. We will go into the next session, next topic. Next topic in the next day, we'll meet again. But today, the session will be continued by one of my colleagues, Miss Amanda Bandara. She is already here. So Amanda Madam will continue, but before that, you can have, as we had just 5 minutes break earlier, you can have 10 minutes break. And after 10 minutes, please be connected. We are continuing the session. So I am handing over to Amanda Madam. But before going to the break, I would like to have any of your questions, any clarification. If you want to ask any question, please, you may ask now. If you want to ask anything, you can unmute the microphone and ask any question. But if you don't have any questions, then we will have a break. But before that, as we are a new team, I would like you to send any suggestions if you had any problems of understanding, any kind of a problem you had faced during these first 2 hours of the day. Please send me your suggestions in a text message in the chat box. So please do that while you are having the break. So I'll be just leaving for the time being. I appreciate if you want any suggestions, because we are going to meet again in the next day, next Saturday. So please do send me your suggestions, anything you had, any problem, whether you understood, so you were participating reasonably good, and you send me many ideas, valuable ideas. So while thanking for that, I expect still your ideas. So With the anticipation of your suggestions, I leave for the time being. Next day, we will meet again. Thank you very much for your attention. Wish you good learning for during the next sessions with my colleagues.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you don't have any problem, that's okay. I wish you all the best.
Recording stopped.
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, seems everyone can hear me now, right? Okay, so good morning again and welcome you all to the second session of today's lecture. So this is conducted under the Diploma in Agriculture and Plantation Management, and you are the third batch of this diploma program, and wishing you all the success for your education and learning with us, as Dr. Ranavira said. And thanks to Sir as well for handing over this session for me. And I may now start the second session. So it is a little bit different from what you have learned this morning, but it's a continuation, right? So at the beginning of this session, I must remind you a few things, as you are a kind of a diverse group, as this is a diploma program, and this is not just same as the internal degree program here at this university. So the diversity is a little bit different. So maybe you have different sorts of understandings, experiences, learning behaviors, and most importantly, the knowledge. So bear with me if I describe the same thing again and again, because the group is diverse. So I need to take you all with me, as this is a diploma program. And also you have, so we can exchange our knowledge at the same time, and you can ask me any question regarding to this session at any time. You can use your verbal communication and at the same time the chat box as well. Is it okay? I start now. All to grab what I'm going to talk today. So here, don't worry if you can't understand what is said, what is explained in that video. It's in English, and if you find it difficult, doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. And you can get the graphical interpretation of that, so that will be easy for you to grab the thing that it's discussing. So I will then come to the presentation for this session. So I will now share a kind of a video clip so you can go through it and enjoy.
It would amaze you to note that crops are sown in a definitive pattern. Yes, you heard me right. They aren't just sowed in vast fields with absolutely no planning. Farmers have now realized the value of planning the cultivation of crops. What or a crop which will give him the best yield in a short span of time. He may also look at the quality of the seeds and their resistance to diseases and pests. Apart from these questions, what else does a farmer plan? Well, he tries to get the maximum yield from his small piece of land. How can he get the best yield? Can he grow multiple crops in a year? Yes, he can. There are various types of cropping patterns that a farmer can employ. Let us look at a few of them in detail in this video. The first cropping pattern is called as mixed cropping. What does this cropping pattern entail? For a start, it requires the seeds of two different crop varieties. In this pattern of cropping, we can have a farmer planting two types of crops in the same piece of land. Wait, did I just say two crops in the same piece of land? Yes. You may now wonder whether the two crops may compete for the nutrients in the soil. You may also think of the damage one crop may do to the other. But this is not the case. The two crops are chosen in such a manner that one does not interfere in the growth of the other. For instance, if wheat and gram are grown together in the same field, the nutrients that wheat depends on will be different from those of gram. This ensures that the failure of one crop doesn't take the toll on the farmer. There always is a backup, and if both do well, then the farmer is assured of double benefits. This is precisely what mixed cropping is all about. The next cropping pattern is called intercropping. Can you take a guess as to how this cropping pattern works? What does the prefix inter mean? In simple words, it means in between. But what does it mean when it comes to the pattern of planting crops? When crops are planted in alternate rows in the same field, we call this technique as intercropping. Once again, care is taken to ensure that the requirements of the two crops are different. Now we come to the last type of cropping pattern. This is called as crop rotation. I am sure the term is self-explanatory. Only one type of crop is grown in the field at a time. However, once the crop has been harvested, a different crop is then planted in the same field. This process is repeated several times. We call this a pre-plant succession. When the plants are growing, it is important to have the land irrigated so that moisture is retained in the soil. It is also necessary to add sufficient nutrients to the soil to help plant growth. Do you know why do we have to take all these measures? This will take us to our next topic. It looks at the idea of crop protection. Crops cannot just grow. They need to be protected against various things that might threaten their growth. We will look at that in detail in our coming videos.
All right. Hope you all enjoyed the video, and it gives some overview for what I am going to discuss now. So can you guess what it is about? Maybe you have heard about few names, few terms, technical terms related to agriculture. Maybe it is new to you, and at some point some may be very familiar for somebody. And any guesses for what I'm going to discuss now?
Cropping patterns.
Yes, cropping patterns will be there. Yes.
Nutrition cycle.
Sorry.
Nutrition cycle.
Growth.
Yeah, plant growth is
Yeah,
nutrition
plant
cycle.
growth. Yes, plant growth. So it directly links with the cropping pattern, of course. So cropping patterns are there. So in agriculture, maybe you have already attended to the first session. So it gives you the meaning of why we are going to do this. What's the reason for going for agriculture? And it's a kind of a business. It is not just farming something. It's not just cultivating something in a land. It is having some more aspects. So maybe at this moment, you should know that maybe you have followed many courses other than this one. up to this moment. So altogether, if you take the whole bunch of ideas of this subject modules, so now I think you all can understand that this is not just a kind of a discipline or an activity. It's just a kind of a sort of business, right? So this agriculture is a kind of a major businesses in the world, and at the same time in Sri Lanka as well. So at the same time, other than as a business, it directly links with the food security. Securing the food security is on the other hand, and as agriculture, it's any of a person who is linked to agriculture knows the science. Right? It's a science at the same time. The science is there. At some instances, get the artistic view at the same time. So it's a kind of a multiple aspects. It's not just a kind of a activity. It is having more branches linked to it. So then, so I'm giving now some more on the cropping. Cropping is a kind of a major thing in agriculture, but it's just the cropping. So I will now share the screen for what I'm going to discuss now. So second session for today's one, and it gives you the meaning that you have already mentioned.
Recording in progress.
So this session is all about cropping patterns, right? Cropping patterns, of course, and we'll say this as cropping systems. So it's a systematic approach, as I have mentioned earlier. It is having a systematic approach, right? It is not just cropping a kind of a plant or a crop. So there is another section for this session, which is land use patterns in agriculture. Maybe you have studied a little bit about these patterns in the previous session. So briefly, I will give you more outcome for these land use patterns in agriculture in the second half. So in the first section, in the first half, we will be talking about the cropping systems. Before moving on to that, we need to clarify some things regarding to these terms that we are using. Maybe you may have not familiar with these terms before. So therefore, I need to give you the precise meaning of these specific terms. So after that, you will not become much problematic with the terms that we are using and what is the meaning of these terms when I'm using these terms. So cropping systems, the first section will be regarded with this cropping system. So cropping, before cropping, we used to use this name as crops, right? So what are these crops? Can you give me the reason why we need to mention them as crops? Any synonyms, any similar meanings for these crops? What comes under crops? What is the meaning of these crops? So crops are kind of plants, right? So those are plants, but at the same time, when it comes to plants, there are a number of plants in the world and in the Sri Lanka as well. So if I ask you another question, do we use all plants as crops?
No.
Okay, so can you give me some reasons for saying no? Why we usually don't use all plants in the world as crops? What is the reason for that? So of course, all the crops belongs to plants. That's true. Right? Crop means something belongs to plants. That's true. But not all the plants will considered as crops. Right? So crops means that maybe you and I are familiar with the plant-based products related to agriculture. So usually in the food preparation, food consumption, we usually go through these plant-based products. So these plant-based products are derived from these crops. So we have a listed number of groups, maybe vegetables, fruits, right? So for the easiness of our identification, we have man-made groups are there. So we usually call them as vegetables, but in the nature or in the botanical sense, there's no any vegetable, right? Vegetable fruits are already made terms by the humans. So all are belongings to these plant-based products, plant-derived products. But anyhow, what we are using as food-based something in the agriculture, if it is coming from plant-based material, it is known as a crop. The specific plant will be known as a crop. So these crops is a kind of a term, a technical term that we use in agriculture to give a kind of a emphasis, to give a kind of an importance that this plant is giving you an agricultural importance. Right? Agriculturally important plants will be known as crops. So there are a number of types of categories, right? Do you know any categories? So other than these vegetables, fruits, what are the types of crops that you know? So there are a number of categories, groups.
Medicinal crops.
Yes, we can say them as medicinal crops. The meaning of that is the specific group of crops give you something important related to medicine, right? Medicinally, it is important. Medicinally, those crops are important. Any part of this plant, any part or the whole plant sometimes will be utilized for something related to medical treatments. So that is the meaning. So that is correct. Any other types? Other than tuber crops. Is that so? Tuber crops are there. Yes. Right? Tuber crops, it means a kind of a tuber production is there in the specific crop, and that we get the use of that tuber part. Tuber is something that is coming as a kind of a swollen part of a plant. Maybe it is coming from underground. Usually, most of the time, we expect them in the underground section, but in some instances, we can expect them above ground as well. So, however, the tuber part, a swollen part of the plant will be utilized specifically for its starch. Starch will be mainly stored in that tubers. So, tuber is a kind of a major food item for whole world. So, tuber crops are there, yes. Any other categories? Crop categories. Maybe you have heard about horticultural crops that we are representing horticulture department here in the university. So horticultural crops, the crops that are important as horticultural crops. So mainly we study about mostly the annuals and biennials. Yes?
Fiber crop?
Fiber crops. Maybe it's kind of a group that produces fiber. Fiber is another kind of a important aspect that mainly maybe in the garment industry. Yes? Can you repeat your answer, please? Oh, I didn't hear the first part. Wheat crops. Seed crops. Seed crops or wheat crops?
Seed.
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 Feed crops, yes. Feed crops are kind of a crop type that is important for maintenance of the animal husbandry or the livestock, right? Feeding materials for animals. Not all the animals. The animal describing about something related to horticultural crops. Then on the other hand, another category coming as plantation crops, right? So there are a number of crop categories. For our easiness, these have been divided into several categories, but all of these are coming as crops in agriculture. So cropping system. So here agriculture is not just cropping, that is true, and I have mentioned it earlier. It is not just plant-based subject. Agriculture has this livestock or the animal husbandry as well. So at this moment, we will omit that portion and we'll look at mainly for the cultivation of these crops, right? So cropping. So cropping means the cultivation of these crops, and it is not just cropping or just cultivating something that you need or that you know in your home garden or in a commercial land. So for this moment, we will be looking at this agriculture aspect as a commercial cultivation. So from this point onwards, so I will give all this emphasis related to this agriculture as a commercial business. So it is, so I'm assuming that this is conducted in larger scale. It is not a something for the home consumption in your home or any other kind of a limited area. So from this point onwards, we will be discussing about something that is practiced in larger scale, in a larger way, right? So cropping systems. So that is why we need a systematic approach. So it is not just cultivating something, we need to follow a system, a kind of a procedure, right? So how this cropping or the cultivation of crops should be done. So that is the simplest meaning of this term, cropping systems. So first we will be moving on to this section, and then I will come to the land use patterns in agriculture with the main emphasis to Sri Lanka. Right. So we'll see what a cropping system is. What is the definition given for cropping system? So up to now, I think you have got the idea we're going to talk about. So from this point onward, we will be looking at these systems. So what is a system? So earlier also I have mentioned this will be totally and mainly targeted for the cropping or the cultivation of crops. So when it comes to cultivation of crops, as you can see in this picture as well, so it is conducted or practiced in a larger scale, in a kind of a outdoor land area, right? So what is actually meant by cropping system? So cropping system is a land use unit comprising soils, crops, and other organisms subsystems that transform solar energy, water, nutrients, labor, and other inputs into food, feed, fuel, fiber, or other product. So that is a kind of a very broad definition. However, this will be a common and valid for any kind of a cropping system. So maybe it is in indoors, right? So all the cropping systems are not practiced in the outdoors like this. Any indoor systems, you know? Any indoor cropping systems? The names given, if you have heard of these terms, how you can cultivate them indoors. Is there a practice like that? So this is totally outdoors, what you can see in this picture. Can it be practiced in the indoors? It means inside a kind of a house-like structure, inside a shelter. Is there a kind of a practice like that? If you know the terms. Yes, An answer came in the greenhouse. Maybe you all have heard about greenhouses. That's true. And that is correct. Greenhouses. So all these houses that are conducted or constructed for the cultivation of crops indoors. And these all are not considered as greenhouses. Altogether, there are many types of houses, many types of constructions. So altogether, we call them as protected houses. It's a protected environment. That is why the term has given like that. Protected. It is protected. It is not open to the outside or the open environment. It is protected by something. It is protected from the environment. And it is totally governed and manipulated by the humans. So that is the reason and that is the meaning of that term, protected. Protected house cultivations are a kind of an indoor system, indoor cropping. So that is also is definition. There's no matter where it is conducted, where it is practiced, the whole system, the whole approach will come under this definition. So cropping system is a land use unit. If I simplify each term, land use unit, right? Even though it is an indoor one, it comprises of a land. A piece of land is devoted or dedicated for the construction. It is also on the top of the surface of earth, right? So that is also considered as a land use unit, a specific land area, right? So in the outdoor environment, we call them arable lands. So all the lands cannot be used for cropping activity. Is there any area in the world that we cannot use for cultivations? And can we use all the surface in the land area for cultivation of crops?
We cannot use marshy lands for cultivation.
Yes, marshy lands cannot be used. And there are some sort of plants are there that are favorably growing in that area. Only those can be introduced to the marshy lands. That's true. And any other areas? About the deserts, right? In the desert, cannot introduce any crop because the temperature is so high and the scarcity of the water resources is another major concern there. So all the land area cannot be dedicated for the cropping systems. So only the arable lands or the cultivable lands, we call them cultivable or arable lands that are having sufficient resources for the growing of crops, right? So from that category, this land use unit is selected and then it is devoted or dedicated for the cultivation, maybe outdoor cultivations or indoor cultivations. Especially if it is a kind of outdoor system, outdoor cropping system, it comprising of, naturally it is comprising of soils, right? Soil will be the main substrate. We call them substrate, that it will be the main media, mainly there are a number of media, right? So soil is not the main or the only media that will support the cropping systems as a substrate. Usually this one will be the naturally supporting substrate, right? It's a kind of a natural medium on the top of the surface of the land. So in that sense, we will use soils for these cropping systems as a substrate. So it is cheap. The usage of this soil is very cheap because it is very available. It is already available on the top of the land. If not, if the soil is not much good for a certain crop, we can improve the soil structure. The soil structure with physical activities and chemical. So there will be this land use unit comprised and then the crop, the specific crop that we are introducing. Sometimes the crops, right? Maybe we will discuss this later. Sometimes there will be only one crop on the surface of this land, and sometimes it is more than that. We'll see how it. For the moment, we will consider all these as crops. So soils, crops, and other organism subsystems. So do you think that only the soils and crops are there in this specific picture? If it is a kind of a natural environment, right? If this photograph is coming from a natural environment, do you think that only soils and crops are there in this field? What else can you identify? So other than these two, there are a number of things, right? Mainly we can divided them into two categories. One thing is biotic. Maybe you have heard about this term in the first session. Biotic factors and abiotic factors. Biotic means something biological, something related to something living, right? Biotic, right? Biotic factors and the abiotic factors. Abiotic means that is it is not living. It is not considered as a living organism or living material. So organic and inorganic, any kind of things will be coming under these categories. And mainly the organisms will be important, mainly the living creatures or the biotic creatures. Maybe some sort of pests will be there. Maybe you have heard about this term, pest. So pest and sometimes diseases may be there. So diseases mainly caused by the microbes, microorganisms that we cannot see by our naked eyes. And we need to use microscopes for the identification, but they are considered as biotic creatures or biotic organisms. So these organisms, whatever the organism that is not a plant, right? And at the same time, more or less likely the plants or the crops here, but they are not the group of crops that we have cultivated. We call them weeds, right? Weeds may be there here and there in this cultivation. So these are also biotic organisms. So these organisms may be sometimes, mostly we consider them as harmful organisms for the cultivation, but at the same time, there may be some groups that are beneficial for the cultivation. Right? So we'll talk about that later. So some biotic organisms are there, they are helpful or beneficial for the cultivation. However, all these organisms have many systems, right? We call them subsystems. So this is the main system that we usually refer to as cropping system. But there are a few subsystems. Sub means it is coming under the system of this cropping system. And these subsystems belongs to many categories. So usually we do not consider here the abiotic systems here. The organisms, biotic organism subsystems will be there. So inside their bodies, there are a number of metabolic activities. We call them something running in their bodies. So we usually respirate, and digestion will be running in their bodies, and their reproduction activities and any other activity that is running in their bodies. Right? They are also belonging to this cropping system. Right? So these organism subsystems are there other than the soils or the crops. So altogether, with these activities, with the help of these abiotic factors at the same time, right? Abiotic factors. So maybe you have studied about the crop growth factors. Right? Crop growth factors means the crop needs something for their growth. So these are considered as factors. Other than these biotic factors, there are a number of abiotic factors at the same time. So can you name few which influence the crop growth as abiotic factors?
Temperature, rainfall.
Yes, temperature, rainfall, these are abiotic. It does not have any liveliness in this specific inside of their material, something kind of a material. Maybe we can, for the temperature, it is received as energy, solar energy. It's a kind of an energy. So energy will be creating the temperature, and water is another a kind of a chemical source. Right? It's a kind of a chemically we can describe what water is, and their prevalence is different depending on the temperature. However, in these cropping systems, we expect in the liquid form, the liquid water. So these are abiotic, and there are a number of other abiotic factors in this specific cropping system. So with the help of the soils, crops, and organism subsystems, it will transform something into another form. So it's a transformation. So this is a kind of a important fact that we cannot see them by our eyes, right? So we can, maybe we can eat something from the plants, but we do not see what it has transformed from something to another, right? It is coming from usually, this one is mainly depending on the photosynthesis, right? Photosynthesis, but we cannot see that. So only we could see the end result. Maybe it's a fruit or a flower or something that belongs to a tuber that one of you have answered. So harvest will be, the harvested form of the planting material will be different, but it has been formed as the output of this photosynthesis. So solar energy is the main constituent of this. It's a kind of a subsystem that is running inside the crop. The solar energy is the ultimate important fact, right? Without solar energy, we cannot expect any green color even, right? So solar energy, and then water, nutrients. Nutrients is mainly supplied by the substrate. Here we call them, we refer to it as the soil. So nutrients, maybe we can supply it as a kind of a fertilizer, right? However, these are also coming as abiotic factors. Labor, right? With all these things in the cropping system, we cannot make it alone without our intervention, without human intervention. So labor is important. So whatever this rows, whatever the planting has been practiced by the humans or some kind of a human intervention, right? Even though all these factors are available on this land, without human intervention, there will be no any cropping system. Right? Humans will do, or the growers or the farmers, whatever the term it is, whatever the person who is linked, whatever the person who is doing this activity will give the labor and other inputs into something, these things, right? It will transform all these activities, the abiotic factors, into food, mainly the food. What we expect from this cropping system mainly will be the food and feed for livestock, animal husbandry, then the fuel that you can identify. Some plants or the crops are dedicated for fuel production. Right? Fuel is a kind of another output of this cropping system. And fiber, right? Fiber, maybe the textile industry, garment industry. So these are directly linked with fiber production or other product. Maybe any sort of other output will be there. But anyhow, it is a kind of a transformation. It changes something to another. Right? This is what happens in a cropping system. So then I think you can identify a kind of a system, whether if it is considered as a cropping system or something else. So according to this definition, we will not consider livestock or the animal husbandry at this point. So this is directly linked with the cropping or the cultivation of crops in a kind of a system. So this is the system, right? So we will discuss all things related to this cropping system. So hope you all understood that. Any concerns regarding this one? Any unclear points if you have? Right. So if you have any questions, you can ask at any point. So as it is now clear, we will move on to the next one. So we'll see what are these cropping systems. So even though this is the broad definition that is given, for the identification and for the management of this system, this is much broader. This is more broader than the way that we can study them. So then we could do some sort of a simplification of simplify this term into several other categories. So there are mainly a few types of systems, cropping systems that we can identify. So then this is a kind of a systematic approach. So we need to know, and you at the end of this session, you need to know what is this system and what is running behind that. What is the reason for naming this system like this, and what is the reason for cultivating or this kind of running this sort of a system in agriculture, especially in the cultivation of crops. So we'll see what are these systems. So types of cropping systems, right? Types of cropping systems. So from this point onwards, we will be talking about different cropping systems. So in all of these systems, the so-called defined factors will be there without a absence, right? So first one I'm going to discuss is monocropping. We call it monocropping, right? So it is the repetitive cultivation of the same crop in a specific piece of land. So this is the definition. So mono means what? Mono. So it's a kind of a term, not English, but in many
Mono
instances,
means one.
yes, mono is one. So it is not a kind of an English term, but we use this term in many ways, in many instances, to define this term one, only one, a single thing, right? There's only single thing. That is why the mono term is used, right? Mono means only one thing is available. Only one type of thing is utilized. So that is the reason. So in the cropping system itself, so in here, in these pictures, maybe you can identify why it is termed as monocropping. So it's a cultivation, it's a cropping. The cropping term is there. So it means that something is cultivated. So in here, you can see three pictures, right, from Sri Lanka. So the leftmost picture, so what is the cultivation? Maybe you all have seen that. Maybe you own some.
This is paddy.
Yes, paddy cultivation, right? Paddy cultivation. So lot of extents in Sri Lankan arable lands will be reserved for paddy cultivations. From generation to generation, it has been come up to now, right? Some lands are there. No any other cultivations will be practiced there. Only the paddy will be cultivated. So it's a paddy cultivation, and if you can see in this field, there's no other crop cultivated with paddy. There's only one crop is cultivated. So it's a monocropping system. But we cannot say without seeing the cultivation that all the paddy cultivations are monocropping systems, because some paddy cultivations incorporated with some other crops. If so, we cannot identify or consider them as a monocropping system. If you see this kind of a paddy cultivation, only you can say this as a monocropping system. In the middle of these pictures, what you can see, if you know, if you are coming from these areas, maybe you can answer them. What is the crop cultivated in here? Anyone from the middle parts of the country, maybe?
Carrot.
Yes, carrot. Correct. So it's a carrot cultivation. Again, this is a kind of a cultivation, a kind of a natural photograph. So this cultivation is only cultivating carrots. But it is not always true at some points. Some farmers, or the growers, we'll call them growers. So some growers usually incorporate some other crops with this carrots in some instances. If so, we cannot say that as a monocropping system, but here it is a monocropping system with carrots. And the rightmost feature is a kind of a what? Coconuts, right? Coconut cultivations. Maybe you all have seen that. That is also having only coconuts, right? Only coconuts are there. So that is also a monocropping system. So what is the main thing? So it's a repetitive cultivation. So that is the main thing. Mostly this paddy and coconut, right? Of course, after harvesting the carrots, we can utilize this same specific land for another vegetable, but mostly the paddy and the coconuts. And there are a few other crops as well, mainly the plantation crops, right? Plantation crops. So in Sri Lanka, there's a kind of a higher tendency that we use the same land for repetitive years. Again and again, you are cultivating the same crop. If not, even though the coconuts are not cultivated again and again in a limited time area, in a limited time period, you harvest them in a kind of in a sequence, right? Maybe after 6 months period, after lesser than that. Right? Again and again, you are harvesting repetitively, you are managing the crop, right? So you are managing a same specific crop in a same specific piece of land for a longer time. So whatever it is, in a specific growing season, so all these agricultural crops have different growing seasons. Some are seasonal, some are not. Right? Some give some harvest. They are harvest only in seasonal manner. So if you consider a specific growing period, it's a kind of a season, right? In a season, in a growing season, it will be on the specific piece of land. So in that instance, we can call them as a monocropping system. So if the first type, this type is monocropping system, what else could be considered as a type of cropping system other than this one? What are the other types of cropping systems? If you know, other than monocropping systems, what else is there?
Mixed cropping system.
Yes, mixed, right? So we will be talking about that in detail. The next is not the mixed one, but it is coming under something something multiple, right? So mono means only one. So then the other main cropping system is that you are going to incorporate another one with this crop. Is that so? Right? So there will be another one. Maybe you have mentioned this one as mixed cropping. Right? Mixed means something with the main crop, or kind of two or more crops will be they are in the same land. So that is the next scenario. We can use it. Maybe you have seen it. Maybe you have practiced that. The specific land, a land area is dedicated for more than one crop. So that is the next scenario. So we'll see how this can be practiced and all together. So there are a number of ways that we can practice this. Because of that, we call it as a whole multiple cropping. Right? The previous one was monocropping. It means only one crop will be there in the land. But here, this is known as multiple cropping. It means more than one crop will be there in the system. Multiple. Right? More than one will be there. The number is not specified. More than one can be observed in this system. That is why it is known as multiple cropping. So what is the definition? The cultivation of two or more crops. It should start from two, right? If it is one, it is known as a monocropping system. Therefore, it should be minimum of two crops in this land. If so, we call it as a multiple cropping system, and there are some more subcategories under this one, right? So the mixed cropping that you have answered is one of them. Yes. Any questions? Yes.
Multiple cropping mean polycropping?
Yes, poly means another term for multiple. Yes, mono and poly, right? Polycropping. So in some literature, it says that is true. Mono and poly, right? So these are all not English terms, but they are used in to describe the meaning of that. Poly means number of, right? Number of. It means more than one will be there, right? Polycropping. That is another one. And mainly this will give you the main idea in English, multiple, right? Yes, multiple cropping. So the cultivation of 2 or more crops, it should start from 2 and there may be number of. The number is not specified. A piece of land at a given growing season. If you consider a kind of a growing system at a time, it means that at a time, at a piece of land, you will see 2 crops or more than that. That is the basic meaning. Here you will see 2 pictures. So the left picture will show you a kind of what sort of crops are there, if you can identify. Yes, what it is? Can you repeat that? So maybe 2 or more crops are there. Leeks, maybe you have seen that. Leeks cultivation, onion, and seedlings of carrots, right? So altogether more than 2. And right side picture, another sort of scenario that is different from the vegetable cultivations. Maybe you can closely see the pineapple cultivation, and it is inhabiting in a kind of a coconut cultivation. Right? Cultivations are there. In the middle of this picture, banana cultivation is also there. Right? So 2 or more crops are there in these scenarios. So that is why these are known as multiple cropping systems. Comes to the natural inputs, right? Maybe you can have the when it comes to supplying it is for the cultivation, you may be able to supply all that inputs to the cultivation, but in the sense of this systematic approach that I have mentioned, we need to identify some more things, right? Even though you have the capacity to provide the inputs to all sorts of maybe cultivations, maybe it is money or the capital or sometimes the labor and also the time, right? We usually do not practice something without a scientific basis, right? In science or scientific approaches, we need to use some scientific approach. What science says, because these plants, all plants or the crops are having a kind of a definite structure in their bodies and their functions, right? So all these crops, so we have different sorts of sciences, right? For an example, so the study of these vegetables, we call it olericulture. Right? Olericulture may be the research regarding to vegetables and then processing and the cultivation, propagation. Likewise, there are a number of activities are related to vegetables. As for the fruits, medicinal plants. Likewise, there are number of crop categories as you have mentioned and answered earlier. So these are not all same. Maybe you can identify even the morphology is not the same. What we can see from the outside, the leaf structure, the stem part, or the fruits that produce from the trees are from one another. So these are different plants, right? So plants, with the science of the studying of plants, we call it botany, right? The botany is different from one to another, even though as food crops or some sort of important crops in agriculture. So all these crops are plants and these belonging to the botany, right? So inside of these structures, inside of their bodies, there are different sort of metabolic activities, especially the gene structure is so different. The genetic level is so different. Because of that, the morphology, or what we can see from outer appearance of the plant, will be different. The genetic level will decide what it should be. So the propagation and every sort of activity of the plant will be different from one to another. Yes, one is asking about the first picture. It is a kind of a vegetable cultivation, which is cultivated in row patterns. So leeks are there, onions, and maybe you cannot see the small seedlings of carrots. It's a kind of multiple growing system. Multiple number of vegetables are there in the left picture, right? So I just wanted to give you the meaning of incorporating more than one crop in a land, right? So these are, at this moment, these are look similar, but these are having different scenarios. So that is the in-depth study of this next of this discussion. So I was taking an overview that these crops are different from one to another. So because of that, the researchers or the ones who are directly linked to this research level of the agriculture, doing research to find the maybe their interactions. So if you incorporate more than one crop in a specific land, there will be interactions. We call them interactions. So if there is one person in a kind of a place, there will be no interactions to that person. But if somebody comes to him or her, there will be interactions. Maybe they are talking, they are exchanging their ideas. Likewise, all these plants, when they come together, they will have interactions. They will talk in a way that we do not do. They do not speak actually, but they have interactions, right? Maybe in the above ground level or sometimes below ground level, right? So there are many interactions. So these interactions maybe sometimes they are beneficial, but sometimes it is not. Maybe they can hinder the growth of another plant or the crop. So we do not expect, as I have mentioned in the earlier sense, this is an agriculture even business. So we do not expect any losses of the business in agriculture. So we expect something more that we could not get from the monocropping system. What you see as the advantages of using this multiple cropping. So monocropping and the multiple cropping. So these are two different scenarios. Maybe as the monocropping is having some disadvantages, maybe this multiple cropping has been introduced. So what you see as advantages of multiple cropping? Other than using monocropping, so of course it is really easy for us to manage and maintain and start even a monocropping system. But in a multiple cropping, what you see as positive points of multiple cropping? So it is multiple. Any positive points of this system?
Yes, same time, the maintaining the all cultivation.
Yes, at the same time, we can get the outputs of different sort of crops, right? So it is not just, yes, it is not coming from only one type, right? Yes. Any other?
Large benefits of the product.
Can you repeat that, As? I didn't get that.
Large benefit of production.
Yes, in the production sense, there will be larger production. So the benefits will be larger than the monocropping system. That is also true. Yes. Control. Yes, pest control. So there's a kind of a science behind that. There will be a kind of that sort of interaction will be there. Pests will be naturally controlled by these multiple cropping systems.
At the same time, disadvantage is large of minerals and nutrition is found to the multiple.
Yes, everything has its own benefits and there are pros and cons. That's true. and we need more as a kind of a disadvantage. We need to supply more inputs for all these crops, right? It is not just like that in a monocropping system. We need to address all the requirements, all the nutrient requirements of these crops. That is true. Yes, I think you all can identify that there are pros and cons of this multiple cropping, but it has been introduced as a kind of a positive or beneficial activity. So we'll get the beneficial part as it is introduced. So it is a recommended way of cropping system. So maybe you can ask that if it is recommended, is it recommended then conducting or practicing monocropping system? Of course, in agriculture, maybe the responsible authorities, the Department of Agriculture, in many countries, so it is practiced. Multiple cropping is advised to do, right? Advised and recommended to do, but there will be some sort of these interactions. We need to identify and address those interactions. So that is why we need to have a systematic approach. So to reveal those interactions, we conduct research, and then the disadvantages, advantages will be addressed separately, and there will be some sort of a conclusion, output from the research, right? So after careful, yes.
I wanted some clarification. The irrigation matter. The irrigation is multiple cultivation is same time irrigation, but
Yes.
the water is flown to the more large than. Is the benefit or disadvantage this matter, ma'am?
It means you are saying that these multiple cropping systems need large amount of irrigation. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes. Then you are asking whether it is advantages or disadvantages.
A disadvantage. Yeah.
Yes. So when it comes to the crop cultivations, we need to anyhow identify and address this issue, right? Irrigation is a must. So some cultivations are there that are totally rain-fed. We call it rain-fed, and the growers are expecting rains to come from the skies, right? In that sense, we cannot use any other irrigation sources because it is rain-fed cultivation, right? If so, we could not use any sort of a source other than the rains coming from the skies, but most of these growers who are doing this commercially, right, whether it is monocropping or multiple cropping, will use artificial irrigation systems, right? Maybe not artificial, it is coming from a growing, we'll say, wells are there, tube wells are there, grow wells are there.
Underground water.
Right. So it depends on a main specific thing we need to identify where this water comes from, right? So for an example, I will take an example. If you take the right side picture, if you do not have any water sources with you, right? If you do not have any natural water source with you, what you can do? So you need to maybe most of these are rain-fed. Of course, it is naturally rain-fed, but if you need more outcome, you need to provide that as an input. The water as an input, irrigation as an input. So it costs some amount of money. So if you do not have a kind of a natural water source nearby, you will anyhow will have to use the water coming from the water and drainage board, right? Water supply and drainage board. So anyhow, whatever the person who is using water coming from the water board, water and drainage, water supply and drainage board, will have to pay, right? So this paying for this irrigation for this sort of a land is not a good idea because it's a kind of a very large extent, right? A very large extent, and the plants, mostly these are perennials, right? These are not seasonal. Seasonal means it's not taking a little bit of months. It takes more than sometimes years, right? Maybe you can harvest the pineapples earlier than the coconuts, but the coconuts will be remained and managed for a very longer period of time. So providing water for coconuts will be a kind of a silly action, right? So it requires more water. So it depends whether you have a water source with you, right? Usually you should have a water source if you are starting some kind of a cultivation, and at the same time, how long it should transport it, right? So maybe the artificial irrigation systems need to be adopted. Maybe drip irrigation systems, sprinkler irrigation systems. Likewise, there are few irrigation systems that are mostly used in Sri Lanka. So if you are in a need to provide that in a kind of a system, again for the installation, then the maintenance activities of that system also you need to pay some, right? So it is having different criteria, right? Different criteria there. So it totally depends on the availability of the source. If it is far more behind that than this cultivation, you need to transport the water, right? It requires cost. Sometimes it may be from lorries or some sort of a vehicle. So you need to pay that vehicle as well. So better to locate your cultivation in a kind of a area which is having a natural water body or water source, right? So the larger the extent, usually the people do not use these paid irrigation systems. So it is either the rain-fed cultivation systems, or if not, the moisture of the soil will be remained for a longer time. So soils are very different again throughout the country. So the specific soils are there which are very suited for different cultivations. If the cultivations can be practiced in that areas, again you can get the benefit of not using any artificial water sources. So it depends on few criteria. So without looking at the specific cultivation, we cannot directly say that it is not beneficial or beneficial. So that is the reason it depends on different criteria. So larger the extent, I think it is not much wise to have a kind of, if it is a perennial one. So in the leftmost picture, it will grow in a kind of a very limited growing season, and after that you will harvest it, right? So because of that, maybe you can supply irrigation in an artificial way, and that will be sometimes beneficial because it is for a limited time, right? It depends on the crop and the cropping system at the same time, what sort of a crop it is, right? So usually the perennial crops which are maintained for more than 1 year will not be supplied with irrigation. So these are rain-fed. For an example, the coconut lands. So coconut lands people are not going to water them daily, right? These are rain-fed cultivations. Right? So that is the reason. So without seeing the cultivation, we cannot directly say that supplying irrigation is not good or bad. Did I answer your question? Right. So as we have considered this multiple cropping, we will now move on to several cropping systems under multiple cropping. So even you can see this as a kind of a system. This is have some more categories, right? We'll see what are those. So classification of multiple cropping, right? So here in this picture also we can see few number of plants are there, crops in the same piece of land, and it is a little bit different what you have from what you have seen earlier. It is not kind of rows at every point, and maybe there are no any specific pattern, right? And anyhow, in a specific land, we can use multiple crops, right? So when it comes to the scientific basis, I have mentioned the scientific approach for the cultivation of crops. This can be again categorized into 5 main categories, right? Even though all these categories are called as multiple cropping or polycropping, right? There are a few other categories under this one. So intercropping, maybe you have heard about that in the video at the first I have shared the video. And this video mentioned about intercropping. It means in between something, in between cropping system. Intercropping, mixed cropping. You have given the answer as mixed cropping. So it is one type of multiple cropping. And then sequential cropping, relay cropping, and platoon cropping. So these are the main types of multiple cropping systems that we can utilize. So first of all, we will go to the intercropping. So it is very common and maybe you all have heard about that. And maybe even without knowing the name, maybe you have practiced that, right? So we'll see if you have any intercropping systems with you. So now after this session, you can identify the specific term given for your cultivation. And if you are wishing to start a cultivation, right, start a multiple cropping system, so you can identify the reasons behind that, why we have categorized them into another subcategories. Right, we'll start from intercropping. So what is intercropping? So it is the cultivation of two or more crops simultaneously in a given land area. So that is maybe much obvious that we have already seen that scenario in the multiple cropping system. So there will be two or more crops in a given land area, and it is simultaneous. Simultaneous means what? At the same time. So in a growing season, at a time you are looking at a cultivation, the specific land is having two or more crops. So that is the scenario. We'll go much deep into how this is conducted. Crops are selected in a way that the competition is less during all stages of their crop growth for their crop growth factors. So now you know the crop growth factors, right? So there are abiotic and biotic crop growth factors altogether, right? So how this intercropping is practiced? So the scientific basis for practicing intercropping as a multiple cropping system is that the specific two or more crops that we have incorporated into intercropping is selected in a way that the competition is less, right? Competition is less during all stages of their crop growth. So that is the important fact, right? So without seeing the morphology, without seeing the plant or crop in the outer appearance, we cannot say anything regarding to competition that it will create. Am I correct? Okay. Can you see a kind of a crop from its outer appearance and say the competitions and their interactions with others? Can you identify if it is creating something competitively with the other crops for the crop growth factors? By just looking outer appearance? No, right? We cannot say that without going into much deep to their interactions with the soil maybe and with other crops. We cannot say that this will not create any interaction, maybe a kind of a negative interactions with others or their outcome. We cannot say the harvest. We cannot say the amount of harvest it will produce. So likewise, with greater amount of research, right? Research, this have to be revealed. So the ultimate goal for incorporating two or more crops into this system is that we need to make the competition very less in a very minimum manner in their all crop growth stages, right? So that is the main fact. So of course, when a plant or a crop is inhabiting with another crop, maybe in the same family or with another family. So maybe you have heard about these crop families, right? Can you give me some answers for crop families? So all these plants belonging to a certain family, right? That is the taxonomy. We call it taxonomy. It's a science coming under the botany. So all these plants that are now discovered, will come under taxonomic levels. So family is a taxonomic level. Right? Family in agriculture, we will study about families, how the family of these crops will function, how the performance will be under this family. So families, crop families or plant families are important in agriculture. Any examples for families you know? Maybe you have heard about vegetable families.
Solanaceae.
Yes, correct. Solanaceae. A large amount of vegetables are coming under Solanaceae.
Poaceae.
Poaceae, yes. Most of the grain producing crops coming under Poaceae, and the grasses, right? Grasses coming under Poaceae. Earlier it was known as Graminae, right? The names are also evolutionary, right? So the names are also updated. And Cucurbitaceae, maybe you have heard about Cucurbitaceae family, right? So there are a number of, right? Euphorbiaceae, likewise there are, usually this CA form will be at the end of this term, CA, right? Euphorbiaceae, Araceae, Apiaceae, likewise this CA term will be there. So it's a kind of a rule of thumb that we use to name a kind of a family. So maybe you have heard about many families. So I wanted to mention that even in the crops, in the cropping system, which is a monocropping, which belongs to the same family, or in a multiple cropping system that belongs to different families. So if one is having connections to another crop, there will be interactions with those two or more plants. That is something essentially happening. Okay? There will be having some interactions. But in science, we have found that the researchers have given the note that all these interactions are not harmful, right? All these corrections, all these interactions are not harmful. Some connections are there. They will promote the growth of the plants. And some are not. Some are not beneficial and some are beneficial. So with consideration of these aspects, we will select the specific crops for intercropping. So that is the reason. Intercropping can be practiced only with annuals and perennials, and only with perennials. We can use this in different forms. Maybe you can use only the annuals. Annuals means the growth of the specific crop will be over from one calendar year, right? It may take the whole 12 months or lesser than that, right? So whatever the crop that it will take to complete its life cycle within one calendar year will be known as a kind of an annual. Annual, again, the specific ones that are taking more than 1 year will be known as perennials. So maybe you have heard about biennials also. Biennials means it will complete its life cycle within 2 years of time. So these also can be considered as, in some instances, as perennials. So we can mix the annuals and perennials at the same time, or we can only practice this with perennials, right? So these scenarios will be utilized for intercropping. So we'll see few systems. So again, this will be subcategorized. So one type of main ones is under intercropping is parallel cropping. Right? Parallel cropping. Parallel means what? In Sinhala we call it samantara. It will go in line with another, right? Parallelly. It will parallelly. We practice that something parallel. Right? So the practice of cultivating crops which have different growth habits and less competition. So we used to select the crops in this manner. Right? There should be less competition at all growth stages. When it comes to growth stages of plants, what are the growth stages that you know? So all these crops have different growth stages. right? So maybe after sowing the seeds or transplantation. So in the direct sowing, you can sow the seeds into the land directly. And some categories you need to maintain a nursery period first, and then you will introduce the seedlings to the main land. It is called transplanting, right? Either the direct sowing or transplanting, all these crops will experience different growth phases, growth stages. What are the growth stages you know in a crop? Any growth stage you know? So maybe
Reproductive stage.
yes, one of the main ones, one of the main phases that we expect from crops, right? Reproductive phase. So in this reproductive phase starts from flowering, right? When a plant, any plant or a crop start its flowering, it starts to enter the reproductive phase. So that is how we recognize the enter into the reproductive phase. Before that, there is another phase. Without that phase, it cannot enter to the reproductive phase. What is this? So it is called vegetative phase, right? Vegetative phase. So the growth, the main growth period of a plant or crop will be coming under growth of this vegetative phase. After completing the vegetative phase, after completing at some major amount of vegetative phase, it will transfer, it will move on to the reproductive phase. But until the end of its life cycle, the vegetative phase will be, it will be restructured, remained, right? Not in the whole type of process. At some amount of level, the vegetative phase is running inside the plant body. So mainly this vegetative phase and the reproductive phase can be identified in a crop. So in all these growth phases, in all these growth stages, we expect that a specific crop is not having competition with another crop. So all these, maybe you have heard about the recommendations from the DOA or the Department of Agriculture in Sri Lanka. They have given us, for major crops, they have given us spacing, right? How the spacing should be with the rows, within the rows and the among the rows, right? Within or in between rows and within the rows. In a kind of a planting system, there will be spacing. Why is that? To minimize the competition with the root system of another, right? So likewise, we have recommendations. We have to use some sort of techniques to minimize the competition. So it is making the competition less. So we cannot say the competition is zero at any point. If the same specific land is having more than one crop, more than one plant in the system, there will be 100% there will be competitions, and some points it is lesser than that, right? So our aim is to minimize as much as we can in the competitions, any kind of a competition for growth factors in every growth phase. So that is the main aim. So this parallel cropping, the practice of cultivating crops which have different growth habits and less competition. We can make the competition less in many techniques. And at the same time, the importance in parallel cropping is that the crops that we introduce to this system is having different growth habits. What are growth habits? Here, if you can see the legumes, a kind of a legume and a maize or corn, right? Another term given for maize is corn. Corn and a kind of a legume family, right? Leguminaceae family, it's a kind of a family. It is having many number of vegetables. So incorporation of those two types will make a parallel cropping system. So by seeing at this picture, what you can say about the growth habit? what is known as growth habit. How the growth is happening in the specific crop. So if you take the maize, right, maize crop, if you have seen it, it is a kind of an upright growth habit in the plant. In this plant, it is directly moving towards the up, right? It is a vertical growth. It directly grows to the upwards. But in the case of legumes, most of the legumes, not all, most of the legumes that we see have a vine structure, right? It's a climber. Its growth habit is to have a kind of a horizontal distribution. We can make some trellises or supporting systems to make it go up, but if you let it be in the land, it will go horizontally on the top of the surface of the soil. So it is having a kind of a horizontal growth habit. And here it is not using any supporting systems to move it upright. So it is mainly utilizing the surface, the horizontal space of the system. But the maize is using the vertical space. So that is the meaning of different growth habits. The growth habit will be different. One is utilizing mostly the growing of this horizontal growth habit. The other one is getting the advantage of vertical growth habit. So that is a kind of a habit, a growth habit of different crops. So we cannot change it. It is the nature of the specific crop. So likewise, this is a major example, right? Legumes plus maize. So this is a kind of a parallel cropping system. We get the use of different growth habits along with the less competition. So these two will have different requirements for especially this nutrient intake. So it will not create any bad competition among them in the underground section. And if you take a look at this above ground section, so there will be no any overlaps, right? So all these plants, all the two of these plants or crops can intercept light successfully, right? So all these are open to environment. So it is considered as a less competition system. So this is parallel cropping, right? Is it clear? Right, so this is only one type of intercropping. So this is another one, companion cropping, right? Companion cropping. So who is a companion? So it's a kind of we can relate it to our relationships as well, for the human relationships as well. Who is a companion? So companion is a kind of a friend-like one, right? A friend or someone who is helping you, right? Someone who is friendly with you, right? So likewise, the same meaning will be there. So it is known as companion cropping. The practice of cultivating crops that benefits each other to maximize their production, right? So here you will see a kind of a sugar cane. Maybe if you have seen the sugar cane plant, sugar cane plus onion cultivation, right? Maybe in some points it is not much clear. So here a few categories have been identified that can belong into this cropping system, right? So it's a kind of a cultivating of this intercropping system. So more than two or more than will be there. So the main point is that when you incorporate sugarcane or mustard with both together, or sugarcane with potato, or sugarcane with onion, what happens? They benefit each other to maximize their production, right? So if you grow this onion solely, individually, you will do not get this effect. It will be operated as a monocropping system. But if you cultivate only sugarcane, again it will coming as a monocropping system. But if you incorporate those two together, right, it will help each other to maximize their production. So it is a beneficial interaction. Anyhow, they will help in the upper ground level, underground level. They will help each other to maximize their production. So that is the positive aspect that we have revealed. Right? So these crop categories have this interaction. So it is a beneficial interaction. Companion, it will help each other. One is helping each other, right? So the sugarcane will help onion plant to grow in a maximized way, and onion itself help sugarcane to produce the optimum amount of its production, right? So these are the beneficial interactions. So it is a kind of an advantage in intercropping systems. We will get the use of advantageous side of the interaction. So in the monocropping systems, there will be no any interactions with families, crop families. Only one type of family will be there in the monocropping system. But in the intercropping systems, especially in this system, companion cropping, there will be beneficial interactions with two families. Right? These two crops belongs to two families. Right? So this is something that will maximize their production. So both of the productions, both of the onion and sugarcane, if not mustard or potato, right? Their production will go higher if you incorporate these two together. Right? So that is called companion cropping. Then multi-story cropping. Right? Multi-story cropping, again, you can if you have seen this in literature, again there are few other terms as well, multi-level cropping or multi-tier cropping, right? So all these are synonyms. All these gives the same meaning. So it is the practice of cultivating two or more crops of different heights simultaneously in a given land, right? So we will get the use of vertical space. Here in this picture you can see it's a coconut land intercropped with pineapple and maybe black pepper or beetle is going through the stem part of the coconuts, right? Again, we can see about three main crops in this cultivation. So it's a kind of intercropping system, and when we subcategorize them, it belongs to multi-story cropping. Why is that? We will get the use of vertical space. So of course, the whole horizontal space is utilized by the pineapples, which are grown in rows. And here and there will be the coconuts. Coconut trees are there. And whatever the main trunk or the stem part will be mainly utilized by, again, the black pepper or beetles. So in every type of story or the level of this vertical space up to the crown area of the coconuts, right? From down to the topmost area of the coconut canopy, right? It will be utilized by any sort of a plant. The lowermost will be from the pineapples, the uppermost will be from the coconuts, and in the middle area of this height will be utilized by this climber. So this is called multi-story. The levels, all the vertical levels will be utilized by the cropping system. So usually these coconut lands will be utilized for this activity. So it can be intercropped with black pepper, beetle, maybe cocoa, right? Cocoa plant can be planted here and there, pineapples, and sometimes turmeric, ginger, and sometimes, right? So this will be utilized for multi-story cropping. Any doubts if you have? I think you got that point, right? Parallel cropping, companion cropping, multi-story cropping, if not multi-level or multi-tier cropping. Next, synergetic cropping. So this is another important cropping systems in intercropping systems. Synergesis or the synergetic effect. What the term means? Synergetic. Synergesis or synergy. Right? What is the meaning of this term? for a synergetic effect, there should be more than one something, right? More than one material, there should be more than one. So it is coming under intercropping system. And there's a specificity in the synergetic effect. Synergetic means if you take two things, right? If you take two things, when you incorporate those together, right, without a kind of a monocropping system, you will incorporate these two. Let's say there are two crops, right? So you will intercrop these two together. And when it comes to the output, when it comes to the harvest of it, right, harvest of those two crops, the total amount of harvest, right, the total amount of harvest will be higher than their maximized outputs. So that is the meaning. It means, for an example, here I have taken sugarcane and potato. So this is a great example for synergetic cropping. So if you only take sugarcane, right, you will get a kind of harvest. We'll say it is A, right? And at the same time, if you cultivate potato, you will get the mostly the let's say the highest output, the highest harvest that you can get is B, right? Then you will incorporate those two together and get the total harvest. So that is C. After the incorporation of those two crops, you will get the whole amount of sugarcane output and potato output. Altogether, it is C. It is said that in synergetic effect, if there's a synergetic effect in these two crops, the total, the C, right? The C, the total output of sugarcane and potato at the end of the intercropping will be higher than the sum of A and B, right? A, the highest output of sugarcane that you can get as a monocropping system, and B, the highest output, highest harvest that you can get from potato as a monocropping system. The C is higher than the sum of A and B. A plus B is lesser than the C. So that is the reason, that is the meaning of synergesis or synergetic effect. So there's a synergetic effect in sugarcane and potato. So the practice of cultivating two or more crops which yield more when grown together. The yields will be more when grown together than the amount of they are raised as pure crops in a given area. So that is the reason behind synergetic cropping. So this is how the sugarcane and potato are grown. If you incorporate these two together in intercropping, the harvest will be very much high, right? So this is known as synergetic cropping. Is it clear for you all? Right. So then the next one, row cropping, right? Row. So the name implies the meaning row. It is grown in a row. The practice of cultivating two or more crops simultaneously in rows. So there's no other specific advantages we could get from this specific row system. We usually incorporate these two in simultaneously two rows. So again, maize and the legumes, which is beans, right? We will grow them. So of course, this comes under the parallel cropping as well. But without taking the advantage of their growth habit, we can incorporate any of the plants which will make the competition less. If any two crops making the competition less, you can make rows and then you can incorporate those two together in different rows. So that is called row cropping. Without any specific other benefit, you will make the rows and incorporate those two together. Right? Anyhow, this maize or any other leguminaceae family crop can be intercropped with maize. So this is simultaneous. In the same instance, you will see two crops. So other than two, you can incorporate even 3 or 4. Right? If they are making less competition, you can incorporate them in the row cropping. Then, likewise, a much wider strip, much wider width will be used in strip cropping. So this is the last one in intercropping systems. The practice of cultivating 2 or more crops simultaneously in stripes. It's a kind of a stripe. We call it a stripe. That it is the width will be much larger than a row, right? The width will be larger than a row. So maybe there are multiple rows in a at a stretch. There will be more than one row. If you can see the left picture, again maize plus legume family crop. But in this stripe, in this strip cropping, there are different stripes, right? Stripe contains much larger width. So the number of rows that are maintained in leguminaceae family crop will be more than one. It is not just a row. You will incorporate more rows in a strip. In the maize stripe, it is having more number of maize crops other than a row cropping. Likewise, in the right side picture, you will see a picture from other country, not in Sri Lanka. It is having different stripes for corn, oats, and hay, right? So these all are going to be grown in stripes, right? Stripe has a kind of a higher width than a row, right? So all these three will be harvested at some point. And maybe you know about corn. Oats is another cereal that is much common now in Sri Lanka as well. Many products are there produced from oats. And hay. Why we use hay? For what purpose we used to grow hay? Is it for human consumption? Yes.
Feed for animals?
Yes, it is not for human consumption. That is for livestock as feed, right? That is correct. Hay. We used to feed the animals with hay, right? Corn, oats, hay. So these are different types of crops, but they are in the same land, same piece of land at the same point, and the width of the rows will be very high, other than a row. So that is the difference. The other thing is, when you incorporate something in a strip cropping, it should be wide enough to permit independent growth, but also narrow enough to permit the interactions among the crops. It means, like in intercropping, so the main aim of this is to make the lesser competition. The competition is very less. Maybe it usually does not become zero. There will be an amount of interactions which are competitive, but we need to make it lesser than as we can, right? So wide enough to permit independent growth. When you let much space for the independent growth of the corn, oats or hay, so they will independently grow better. So it means that none of these crops will interfere the growth of the other. So that the main aim is to make the competition less. But at the same time, it should be narrow enough to permit the interactions among the crop. So for an example, if corn make some sort of a beneficial aspects on corn, oats, right? It should be happen, because in intercropping, we all these cropping systems, all these intercropping systems or multiple cropping systems, we get the use of beneficial interactions. If there is any kind of a beneficial interaction that will enhance the productivity of corn or oats, for an example, that specific interaction should be happened. So that is the aim. That is another aim, right? Making the competition less is one. The other one is, if there is a beneficial interaction, we should promote that. So that is why the stripes should close enough. It should be narrow enough to each other if there is any interactions which are beneficial. In strip cropping, that is how we should locate the specific crops together, right? Maybe you can identify the reason now, right? So we cannot see the interactions from out. So these have been found by research, right? So that is why when you incorporate two crops together, you should have some sort of understanding on how these crops will perform in the specific piece of land. So this is called strip cropping, right? So altogether we have discussed about few cropping systems under intercropping. So intercropping is one major type of cropping system in multiple cropping. So we have discussed parallel cropping, companion cropping, then multi-story cropping, synergetic cropping, row and strip cropping. Right? So these six types of subcategories will come under intercropping. So did you understand all these cropping systems and why we have categorized them into different subcategories? Any questions if you have up to now? Right. Okay, so we have another section. Before moving on to that, do you need a break? So how about the lunchtime? Do you need it now or how at what time you need it? If not, we can get a short break and continue with the rest.
It's better to get a short break and continue.
Okay, if others are okay with that suggestion, we can move to the next section after a short break. Shall we resume the next section at 1:15? Is it okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Right. Right. So we will resume the next section from 1:15. So so you can get a short break now. So I will stop at this point. In this, and so up to now we have discussed the cropping systems, the definition, why we need to use a cropping system, and what happens in a cropping system, and different types of cropping systems. One is monocropping, and we have started talking about multiple cropping, and there we have concluded up to now the intercropping. Right? Intercropping is only one type of multiple cropping systems. So we have already discussed about these factors up to now. So with that, I think it's time to resume the next section. So we will now talk about mixed cropping. So mixed cropping, maybe you have given me as an answer as well. So it is the practice of cultivating two or more crops simultaneously in a given land area without any defined crop types or patterns. So that is the difference, right? Mixed cropping, it's a kind of a mixed function. So in this picture also you can see there's no definite lines or rows defined. You can plant any type of crop without knowing anything in whatever or whichever place you like to have it. So it's a kind of a mixed effect, right? Without knowing much, you can do this cropping system. So maybe in the home gardens, maybe you have seen this type of in a very limited area. The home gardens which are having very limited area, you can practice this type of cropping system, right? So you should not have a kind of specific scientific background. You can use whatever the crops you have, the propagation material you have, and you can use any type of a pattern with whatever you wish to in a specific land area. But however, there should be two or more crops at a given time in a given growing season. There should be two or more crops. this is known as mixed cropping. Right? Mixed cropping, it is another type of cropping system in multiple cropping. In a given time, you won't see them. At a time, there will be only one. Right? One after the other concept will be there in the sequential cropping. Sequence, so there will be a kind of a pattern. One after the other. So that is the way that you are using in sequential cropping. Right? So how this is practiced. So there will be no competition among the crop. I will describe this using a graphical interpretation. So at a given time, you won't see any two or more crops in the land. Even though at one point it is having only one crop, it is not considered as a monocropping system because at the end of harvesting a crop, you will introduce another crop without a lapse. Without any following time, without any given gap time, you are introducing another crop to the same land. So because of that, in a given time, you won't see two crops together. Because of that, there will be zero competition. So up to now, the multiple cropping types we have discussed is having more than zero, right? We cannot say there's no any competition among two crops, right? There will be, but our aim is to minimize as much as we can. But in here, in this type of cropping, you will not recognize any competition between two crops. So there will be no competition among the crops. So this can be practiced with. In the practical scenario, in the practical sense, you can use this as double cropping, triple cropping, or quadruple cropping. It means if you are using in this sequence two crops at a sequence, it is known as double cropping. Right? Double cropping. If you are using three crops in a sequence, it is known as triple cropping. And if you are using four crops, it's a quadruple cropping system. So let me briefly describe this like this way. So if you are introducing the first crop, right, it will start its vegetative phase will be there. At some point, it will come to the reproductive phase. Let's say you are growing something you can harvest as grains. So after harvesting the grains, you will completely remove the debris of the first crop. Whatever the remaining parts of the crops will be totally removed. And then you are introducing, without any gap time, you are introducing the second crop. Right? It means harvesting and sowing. Harvesting the first crop and then you are sowing the second crop. At the end of the harvesting of the second crop, you are again harvesting the second crop and then sowing the third crop. So likewise, at a sequence, so this is a kind of a introduction of three crops. So it is a triple cropping system. If you are using four, it will become quadruple cropping system. Right? So this is the way that you used to have in sequential cropping, one after the other. Right? At a given time, there will be only one crop in the land, but it is not considered as a monocropping system. Right? At a sequence, you are going with the seasons. So it's a sequence. There will be no gap time, right, between two introductions here. I hope it will be clear for you to understand. Then another cropping system underneath multiple croppings, relay cropping. Right? Relay. Maybe you have heard about this term in sports. Right? Relay. It's a running event in sports. Relay. Right? Relay means what? Usually there will be in sports, in running events, there will be groups, different groups. So this group consists of different runners. Different sportsmen will be there in different groups. And it is not a kind of competition of one member from another one member from one group and another member from another group. So the competition is between two groups, right? One is running, and then he or she will hand over the baton to another one from the same group, and again he or she will hand over it to another member of the group. So at a given time, so there will be a given time for the completion of the running, and the game is between the time, right? It's a time-based running activity. So one group is represented by many members. So here also like that. This is a multiple cropping system where the second crop is introduced to the standing cultivation when it has reached its reproductive stage, but before it is harvested, right? Again, I will get the example of maize and legume incorporation. So here in this picture, you will see soybean and maize, right? Soybean and maize. So the maize is just coming out, right? What happens here? One crop will be there in the land, and it will start its own vegetative phase first, and then it will move on to the reproductive phase. So here there will be the first cultivation, which is a standing cultivation. The first cultivation will be known as standing cultivation. So these introductions are different in time. In relay cropping, you are not going to introduce the two crops together at one time. Here you have, you can see the soybean one, right? So here in this first standing cultivation will be soybean. So when soybean is now emerging, and after it has completed its vegetative phase, it will come to the reproductive phase of its life cycle. So then it will produce pods with soybean. So after it has reached to its reproductive phase, you will introduce the maize, right? So the competition for the vegetative phase will be less, right? After the soybean comes to its reproductive stage only, you can introduce the maize, right? But it will be introduced before the harvesting stage comes of soybean. So that is the way you should practice the relay cropping, right? So what is the, usually these legumes will be intercropped with many crop types. Do you see the advantages of this? What is the advantage, main advantage of incorporating these legume family crops to an intercropping system or
Nitrogen
multiple cropping?
fixation.
Yes, nitrogen fixation. So what happens? Nitrogen is a kind of a main nutrient that all of these crops need, right? So then if you introduce this as the standing cultivation of the first cultivation, the soybeans, so it will fix the nitrogen to this soil, and the soil is rich with nitrogen. So maize is not that kind of a plant. It is not belongs to family these leguminaceae. It is not having that ability. But at the introduction of this maize, at the point of introduction, you will have to apply fertilizers in 2 times, basal dressings and top dressings. But you can use lesser amount of nitrogen when you introduce the maize to this cropping system, because the nitrogen is already available in larger amounts in this soil. So there are a number of advantages of these multiple cropping systems. So the nutrient requirements will be different from one to another. So other than having the amount of nitrogen that useful for soybean, it will it will make the soil rich with nitrogen at the same time, right? So it can be allocated for other crops. So that is the reason why this relay cropping is practiced. So it will also minimize the competition between the two crops. And of course, there will be beneficial relationships as well. So because of that, these multiple cropping systems have this leguminaceae family crops, right? Is it clear? Relay cropping? Right. So after that, we will come to the last one of these multiple cropping systems, ratoon cropping. Have you heard about ratoon crops? Ratoon. What is the meaning of ratooning? So ratooning is a process. So it is a kind of a process that will give you more than one harvest. So there will be usually, as recommended, all these crops have the harvesting time will be given. So after this much of time, after flowering, you can harvest this crop, right? So that is only one harvest. But these ratoon crops have different stages of harvesting. So that is an advantage. You can harvest multiple times. So that is known as ratooning or ratoon crops. This is a practice which maintains the same cultivation even after. Yes, any question? Okay, this is a practice which maintains the same cultivation even after the harvesting to get the next harvest as well. So here you will see a cultivation of sugarcane, right? So after harvesting the first harvest, it will be maintained for another few years to get the harvest again and again, right? Not all the crops are behaving in this way. Only some crops can be maintained in this way, right? So sugarcane is one type of that. So after the first harvest, you will not remove all the plant materials from the land. You will maintain it by providing the inputs that are necessary for the next harvest. So then you can get the next harvest. So there will be second time, third time like harvests. But there should be an end at the same point because all these plants cannot provide you with harvest without a limitation, right? Even though you can reap the harvest, it will be giving you lesser amount. So that is the nature of the plant. So you cannot get the harvest again and again for unlimited times. However, the production goes down. The first harvest will give you the most harvest, the most amount of harvest. Then there will be a gradual reduction after that, not in the first harvests, but in the latter stages of the harvesting procedures. So that is the nature of this harvesting. However, this type of collection of crops are there that can be maintained as ratoon crops. So ratooning is a kind of a multiple cropping system. Even though you are not maintaining two or more, again and again you are getting the same harvest again. This is a kind of a crop which is known to as not perennial. This is not considered as a perennial plant, but you can get the harvest again and again. You are applying the inputs, and then again you can get another harvest in a very limited time. So these are not maintained as perennial crops, but you can get the harvest for multiple times, right? So this is how the multiple cropping systems are carried out. Multiple cropping, multiple kinds of harvestings, multiple harvestings can be taken. So this is the reason. Are you clear with the types that we have discussed? Any question? So if there are no any questions, we can move to the next session. So these are the main cropping systems. So the first part, we need to talk about the cropping systems, and then we will move on to the second half. Right. So then we will next talk about a little more on crop rotation. Maybe you have heard about this. Crop rotation is important in every aspect, even though it is a monocropping system or multiple cropping system. Crop rotation is important. So it is known as the growing of crops in a recurrent succession in a given specific land, right? There will be growing of crops, but it is in a recurrent succession. It means it is continuously happen. There will be no any maybe some small gap times will be there, but the land is utilized for cultivation in a very short period of time. It will be again introduced with another crop. Likewise, the land is heavily used for the cultivation. But when you are incorporating the crops, you need to know what type of crops you need to introduce to this land. Right. So crop rotation. So you can, after harvesting the first crop, you can get some fallowing period, fallowing time, a gap time, and then you can introduce another one. However, when you are introducing the second or next types of crops, you need to have some practices. So what type of crops you should introduce in the next rotation? What is the main type of criteria that we use? After harvesting the first one, the second crop should be what type of one?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I don't know what's the meaning of English. Ranula Shaka.
Oh, leguminaceae. Yes. It means you are saying that in crop rotation, we should introduce the crops belonging to family leguminaceae. Is that so? So usually in the mixed cropping, the multiple cropping systems, we usually incorporate these leguminaceae family crops. That is true, as it gives a kind of a different advantage of fixation of nitrogen. That is true. But in the sense of crop rotation, so for an example, for the easiness of your understanding, I will get a kind of a one type of the first crop that we have cultivated, and when you harvest A, there will be some time that is not cultivated, or let's say a gap time. After some amount of time is left, so usually for the rehabilitation of the resources, the soil, we will leave the cultivation for a short period of time, and then we will introduce crop B, right? So I was asking the reason and the criteria that when we are using the type of B, the crop B after A. So in A, you can use any type of crop if it is a starting point. If it is starting point of a cultivation, you can use whatever the crop you are wishing to have. But after harvesting, you should introduce crop B. So what is the criteria for selecting crop B? The main criteria is that you should select it from another family of other than the crop A, right? Other than the crop A, you should find another crop family which are not belonging to crop A, the family crop A. So there will be many reasons for that. The utilization of the resources, pest and disease attacks. So these can be minimized very effectively if you go for the crop rotation with different families. That is why the studying of these crop families, plant families is important. You should select crops from different families when you are cultivating. The same crops which are belonging to the same family should not be used. So usually this rotation will be utilizing the crop families. So what is the advantage of using this crop rotation? So this crop rotation is important. So there are a number of advantages. One is improved yield. So the reason is that, I will take the same example again. So the crop A has different requirements for nutrients, maybe light, sunlight, water, and many kind of its requirements. It is different from crop B, right? So those two will utilize different types of resources. So then there will be no any competitions, mainly the competitions between these two. So if you are going for crop C, D, that is also permitted, as there will be no any same type of requirements. There will be no 100% competitions for any crop growth factor between crop A and crop B. So it will help crop A and B to give you the highest improved yield, because they will get, even though the crop B is introduced after crop A, it will get the optimum amount of inputs after crop A has left the land, because separate amount of requirements, the inputs will be given by the grower. So it will help crop A and B, especially the crop B, and the crops that are going to be introduced after crop B, to have their improved yields. So improved yield means it's a profitable thing for the grower. So it's one of the major advantages of crop rotation. Then it adds more value to the profit, right? It can add more value to the profit. So maybe for an example, if the crop A has been from the family Leguminaceae, it has introduced already the nitrogen to the soil, right? So then the second crop B should have given with lesser amount of nitrogen, because more nitrogen has been there in the land by the crop A, right? It's a kind of a value addition. So value, the inputs, the cost for the inputs, the amount of nutrients that we need to spend on will be lesser, right? So it will directly impact on the profits that we can get. So it's another advantage. Long-term management of resources, especially the soil, right? So in crop rotation, usually what we practice is that after harvesting crop A, we will leave the land for a certain amount of period before introduction of crop B. So it will really helpful for the soil to rehabilitate. So it means the soil will take some time to come to the its let's say kind of very rich nature, because some amount of nutrients have been now utilized by crop A, and because of that they are less in quantities now in the soil. So if you let the soil to rehabilitate for a certain amount of time, it will collect all these nutrients again from rains or any other way. It will collect all these nutrients again. It will automatically rehabilitate itself. It will again renew itself, right? So after renewing itself, it is getting all the nutrients again, as it has been before the introduction of crop A. So then after, if you can introduce the crop B after that, after the rehabilitation time, so it will be advantageous for the crop B again. So this is called soil rehabilitation. එකනො සිංහලෙන් පුනරුත්ථාපනය කියලා කියන්නේ තිබුණ තත්ත්වයට නැවත ඒක ගේන එක. So it will be really helpful for the rehabilitation of the soil, right? Other than that, all other resources, any other resources that are important for the cultivation, maybe water resources, maybe if at the same time, if there has been a kind of a pest or disease in the crop A, if you let the land bare for a certain amount of time, all the residues, all the living materials of this pest or disease attack will go away, because that pest or disease cannot rely now on the crop, because there's no any crop on the land. Because of that, it will automatically destroy. We do not have to get measures to destroy it. It will naturally get destroyed. So then, if there are any growth stages in the soils, so it will be now exposed to the sunlight, and maybe the birds can see the worm-like stages, and then they will feed on it. So then because of that, or because of the higher temperature, many factors are there to destroy these growth stages of pests, and at the same time diseases, because the solar energy or the sunlight is a good sterilizer. It can sterilize many things. So it will make a kind of a environment that will not suitable for the growth of pest or diseases. So likewise, it's a kind of a long-term management of resources. It will allows you to manage the resources in a long term. Then management of weeds, pests and diseases. That is the time things we have discussed. So at the same time, weeds. Other than pests and diseases, weeds also can be maintained, right? Weeds can be removed effectively. So after it has come to the zero level of weeds, you can go for the cultivation or land preparation, right? So this crop rotation gives these advantages. So are you clear with this? Any questions? Crop rotation, is it clear for you all? So you should know the reason why we used to practice crop rotation and what it is and its advantages. Right. Then we need to talk about these advantages of multiple cropping, the questions I have asked earlier. So there are a number of advantages, at the same time disadvantages too, but this cropping system has been introduced to get the advantages of this system. First one is increase the crop diversity. So the crop diversity in a specific land will be go higher because there will be 2 or more crops in the same land. So diversity, in the crop diversity wise, it will be important because when the diversity goes up, there are number of advantages that we can get. And effective use of resources and inputs, right? So the usage of nitrogen fertilizers, as I have mentioned earlier, with the incorporation of leguminaceae family crops is a good example for this. Effective use of resources and inputs. So whatever the inputs, maybe time, labor, or capital, right? These 3 will be the main inputs that we used to have in a business. However, all the other, namely each and every input that you use for the cropping system will be effectively used in multiple cropping. And better management of pests and diseases. So when the crop diversity is going up, these interactions of the crops in one another can naturally maintain or manage the pests and diseases because they are belonging to different families. So some pests and diseases are much susceptible for some families, but not the other. So for an example, if one crop in a multiple cropping system with 2 crops, if one is susceptible to one pest or disease condition, but the other one will not be susceptible, it will be resistant. So unlike in a monocropping system, if a pest or disease attack comes, it will spread here and there in each crop. But here it is not. If you get some sort of a loss by a pest or disease condition from one crop, the other crop is standing there without a fail. So that is a kind of an advantage. So it's a kind of a better management by using different families. Risk of crop failure is less. So that is another main advantage of multiple cropping. So as I have mentioned, this pest and diseases, risk of crop failure is there. So agriculture is mainly dependent on many factors, crop growth factors, and at the same time, it is much prone to crop failures because it directly links with the environmental conditions. If it is bad, if the environmental conditions make it bad for the production, there will be some risks. Maybe crop failure. Crop failure is a huge problem in agriculture as well. So in this way, in this multiple cropping system, one crop may sometimes face a crop failure, but not the other. So if there has been a kind of crop failure in one crop type, you can get the output from other crop types. Increase the crop production of the given land. So the land, without using this monocropping system, all the land area can be effectively utilized for the multiple cropping systems because you are getting the advantage of land without a fail. Each and every part, each inch of this land will be utilized for the cropping. So the land will give its optimum crop production, right? The whole land is utilized. The whole land without a fail, it is utilized for the crop production. So because of this multiple cropping, there will be no any land area that are not utilized, because all the crops are belonging to different families, different types will be utilizing the land. So there will be sometimes very less amount of empty spaces. So it will give you the maximum output from the land. That is another advantage, and the most expected type of advantage is that increase the income. Right? The ultimate goal of having multiple cropping, it is known as increase the income and the profits. Profits are important for the growers, so it will ultimately increase the income from different types of crops, because they have different sort of demands and supplies. Right? Demands and the supplies is the main two things that we use to control in a business. So these two figures will be different from one crop to another. Because of that, you can get different types of incomes from different crops. So sometimes it may be higher than a monocropping system. Right? So that is an advantage. So these are the main advantages that we can expect from multiple cropping. Is it clear? Any questions? Right. So with that, we will now come to the end of this first section, cropping systems. And after that, we need to talk about the next session. Right. So the next one will be land use pattern in agriculture. So that is the next part of this session. Land use pattern in agriculture. Maybe you have heard about land use. So it means that how we use the land, how we should use the land. So this is especially related to agriculture. In agricultural aspects, how we should use the land, right? And there's a pattern, we call it a pattern. It's a kind of a style that we use to use this land. There's a kind of a pattern in, especially in Sri Lankan agriculture, in cropping systems. So whatever the cropping system that we have already discussed up to now is having a kind of a pattern in land usage. So you should know, and maybe you have seen this, but sometimes you have not paid much attention to this one. So this will be important if you have a kind of a land and you are thinking about what sort of a crop is suited for this land when it comes to a kind of a cropping system. So if you know there are many criteria that will decide what sort of a crop is suitable for a specific land area. Other than that, so we will talk them at the end of this session. Other than that, usually in Sri Lanka, we will use a kind of a pattern. So there's a pattern. It depends on different factors. So it is the layout or the arrangement of the crops and other agricultural activities of a given land. So I have taken 2 photographs from different scenarios in Sri Lanka. So they will represent different lands, right? Different lands. So it's a kind of a layout, right? So this is a layout or an arrangement. Layout means how it is shown from the outside. It's a layout. And it is an arrangement, how you are going to arrange them. So maybe these two, we can identify these two are from multiple cropping systems. So you in the background of the left one, you can see tea cultivation. It's a monocropping system, of course. In the foreground of these two pictures, it will show you multiple cropping systems. So there, these crops have been nicely arranged, nicely laid out on the top of the surface of this land. So this is a kind of a layout, right? Layout or an arrangement, a perfect arrangement of crops. They are nicely arranged. So there will be no any messy nature. So they are nicely located at different plots. And in the left one, in the right one, there's a kind of a incorporation of two crops, the bananas and the coconuts. Other than this one, so these are coming under in agriculture. When you look at agriculture, it is not just cropping. It does not cultivation of crops, but there are a number of other activities in agriculture, right? Usage of this livestock, maintaining this animal husbandry, maybe fisheries, livestock, right? Many types of, we will get the use of animals as well. So for that also, for that activity as well, so there are different sort of lands are utilized, right? So in here, for the easiness, I have taken the cultivation of crops and also the other agricultural activities of a given land. So in Sri Lanka, we can identify these cooler hilly areas in the middle of the country are utilized for mainly tea cultivations. Other than that, mainly the vegetable cultivations, we call them upcountry vegetable cultivations, are heavily carried out. And there's no any flat land there. They are usually grown in terraces. We call them terrace growing conditions. In paddy cultivations are also carried out there. We call it in Sinhala Helmalu Kramaya, right? So it is not a flat land. We will artificially make the plots in different terraces, right? So then we will grow the crops there. So that is the nature of the growing pattern in cooler hilly areas of the country. But when it comes to the intermediate and dry zones, there will be a lot of coconut cultivations, and sometimes they are maintained as monocropping systems, and sometimes they are maintained as this sort of multiple cropping systems. And the flatlands are available at most areas. So that is how the land use is there in Sri Lanka. So this is a general idea. So these are the other activities that I have mentioned. Cropping is one such, gardening, right? Animal husbandry. And what you can see in the middle of this picture, what is this woman is hanging in her hands? Do you know this science? What is it? So it is not linked with cropping systems. So what is this technique? What is this activity? Maybe seen this nature by cropping lands. That is why I have used that as an example. The flatlands are mostly utilized by these paddy cultivations, coconut lands, likewise, right? So it depends on the land sometimes, and we can alter the land and grow some of the crops. Then a brief introduction to land use in Sri Lanka for agriculture. So when it comes to Sri Lankan land use, right? So it is you should know as one of the as maybe the people who are interested in agriculture, we should know how the land use in agriculture in Sri Lanka other than agriculture, the total arable land is becoming decreased. Because of that, we need to address this issue. And the current land use pattern is highly affected by the land policy introduced by the colonial past. So this land, for an example, the tea cultivation I have mentioned, it has been originated from the colonial era, the time that we have been governed by the colonial past, maybe English or Dutch. So these have Portuguese, so they have run the system. They have governed the country for about more than centuries sometimes. So then that time they have originated from the cooler hilly area. So most of the areas are now even devoted to these cultivations. So some parts of the island are for rubber cultivations and many of the parts are given for coconuts. So it is having a kind of a representations from the colonial past. That is true. It is having some sort of a inspiration from that colonial government. And the land use throughout the country is not the same. So that is the thing that I have mentioned earlier. All the parts cannot be utilized for all sorts of crop cultivation. So then, so you all are coming from various parts of the island. So now at this moment, you should know what sort of crops are much good for your area. So maybe the hilly areas are not suitable for coconut like higher trees, right? So it will be a kind of a very uncommon scene. So then at the same time, the soil structure and the environmental conditions are not suitable for coconut cultivation. Likewise, even though the land is available throughout the country for cultivations, it is not same for whole bunch of crops. It is different from one to another. So the land use is different in Sri Lanka. And different crops represent different agricultural land uses. So that is why I have mentioned the upland vegetable cultivation is totally inspired by the cooler hilly areas, the Nuwareliya, Valimada, Bandaravela. So these areas are highly cultivating upland, upcountry vegetables. And some points you can see the paddy cultivation at some points, but it is not practiced in the same way that is used in the flatlands. So the land is altered, land is manipulated to have terraces and then it is practiced. So the representation is different from one to another area. There are several factors that affect for the use of different crops in different lands. So you should know what type of main factors. So other than the inspiration coming from the colonial past, what sort of factors will influence this usage of different crops to different lands? So we'll see what are those factors affecting the land use pattern, right? The first one is climate and the environmental factors. So this is very important. When you locate a specific kind of a crop, you should know the climate and the environmental factors of the area. So without knowing that, we cannot introduce every sort of crop. I think it will be obvious for you. We need to know the factors, environmental factors very well before the introduction of a crop to a land. And physical properties of the land, right? Physical properties. So one such example is that terrace plantation of paddy, right? It cannot be. So here you will see how the terraces have been formed from aerial picture, aerial photograph. So from the top of the environment, from the aerial picture of a terrace paddy cultivation. So here you will see it is not like the paddy cultivation you can see in the flatlands. So according to the physical properties of the land, you should alter your cultivation. So that is a factor that affects the crop cultivation. So land availability, land area, the available soil types, the availability of water, like resources. So then the next point is availability of resources. So depending on the availability of resources also, the cultivation differs. So even for an example, if you take the paddy cultivation again, some are considered as rain-fed cultivations. Some don't have any other irrigation source. So they are totally devoted to rain-fed conditions. But some areas, they have maybe grow wells or any other lakes or any other water stream. So they will get the irrigation water from that and supply to the cultivation. So it depends on availability of resources and economic benefits of the crop. So it should be economically benefiting crop. Without any economic value, you should not go for a cultivation of a crop, right? Even though in some areas or in other countries it is having more value, sometimes it may not having that value in Sri Lanka. So you should not go for the cultivation of that crop. So you should know the economic value of the specific crop. Only that way only you can get the benefits. Economic benefit is important in agriculture. Whatever the practice you make should economically rewarding, right? So these factors will heavily influence this land use pattern over the other factors. So these four should be in your mind when you are introducing a crop. Right. So with that, we have come to the end. So do you have any questions from cropping systems or land use pattern? Okay, seems you do not have any questions. So with that, we have come to the end of this session. So hope you got an idea on cropping systems and the land use pattern, a brief introduction. So it's a lengthy session if you go through if you take more time. So I think you have now a kind of a brief idea on how the land should be identified for each and every crop, and how you should incorporate crops together, right? Other than using this one crop in a cropping system as a monocropping system, when you are incorporating in multiple cropping systems, you should take some measures to your mind, whether if it can be incorporated together or not. So at this point, I will stop share. So hope it was clear for you. So that will mark the end of the second session, the cropping systems and the land use patterns in agriculture. So with that, the second session will be now over.
Recording
so
stopped.
you can join me the next session after the lunch break. So how much time you need for the lunch break? So now it is 2:07. Is half an hour enough for you to have the lunch?
Shall we start at 2:45, madam?
Yes, so after 30 minutes break, right? So, right. So thank you very much for your cooperation throughout this session, and wish you all the best. So we will meet in the next Saturday as well, as Dr. Anavira mentioned, for the next session of these agronomic practices. And you can join the next session, the third session, after the lunch break. So it will be started at 2:45. So thank you very much, and we'll meet another day. Okay. Good evening to you all. Right.
Okay, thanks. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, madam.
Okay. There are just 36, no, 35 students. What happened to the others? Is this all you have in your batch? Is this all? I think there should be around 100.
No, ma'am, about the 65 students, but I don't know why other joined.
How many students? I didn't hear you clearly.
Today is 65.
65.
Yeah.
Okay. But now there's only 35. However, I'm going to proceed.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
Will the others join? Should we wait about 2 very comprehensive lectures, and you got an idea about basic agronomy. And in this session, I'm going to focus on climatic and agricological zones of Sri Lanka. Right? Before we move forward, can you tell me what is climate? What is climate? Sorry, can you speak louder? Please answer the questions, otherwise this will be very boring. What is climate? I think you all know what climate is.
Cloudy day.
Actually, I don't want the singular meaning. I just want a definition for the term climate. Did you say cloudy day? I just need a definition. What is the meaning of climate?
The climate of region refer to the long-term weather patterns, uh, including the atmospheric pressure, wind, and temperature.
Okay. So, okay, climate is the change of the environmental conditions over a certain period of time, for a long period of time, right? I don't know the name. When you define, you mention the term weather. What is the meaning of weather? What is the difference between climate and weather? I think when we listen to the news in television or radio, we get to hear the weather report, weather forecast. What is meant by weather? Is it same? Is it similar to climate? What is the difference? Yes. Okay, it's like this. Weather is the change in environmental or atmospheric conditions within a short period of time in a in a small place. So it can be rainfall, wind, temperature, and sunshine, those things in a limited time. But in the case of climate, we consider a longer period of time. So we can define climate using weather. We can use the term weather when defining the term climate. Climate එක ගොඩක් දීර්ඝකාලීනව කියන දෙයක්. Weather කිව්වහම පොඩි කාලයකට තමයි අපි weather කියන්නේ. So if we are telling the weather forecast in the news bulletin, you can hear that the weather is about the tomorrow's tomorrow's environmental condition. You might get rain tomorrow or at least a week. So in the case of weather, it's a short period. And in climate, we consider a long period, 6 months, 1 year like period. Okay. So that's the main difference between climate and weather. Hope you understood. So in today's lecture, I'm going to focus on climatic zones of Sri Lanka as well as agroecological zones of Sri Lanka. Right. So weather is the state of atmosphere at a particular place during a short period of time. Right? At a particular place during a short period of time. Okay. And the climate is the condition of atmosphere at a particular location over a long period of time. Right? So we can define climate again as weather in a certain area over a period of time. We can use the term weather in defining climate. Weather in a certain area over a period of time. Okay. So I think you know the difference between the term climate and weather. Right. So when we are talking about weather or climate, we consider different atmospheric elements. We are telling the climate or we explain the climate of a certain area using different factors or elements. What are the main factors that we consider? අපි weather එක හරි climate එක හරි explain කරන්නේ මොනවා ගැන කියලාද? කොහොමද අපි explain කරන්නේ? If somebody asks you, how is the weather today? How would you say it? කොහොමද අපි කියන්නේ?
Climatic factors.
Huh?
Climatic factors are rain, cold, temperature.
Yes. You will say today is quite hot. Yeah, today is quite hot. Today it's raining, or it's windy today. Likewise, we can explain using different atmospheric elements and considering their variation. So we can say about the solar radiation that we receive, temperature of the area, humidity, and clouds and precipitation, atmospheric pressure, like factors we can consider when explaining the climate. And it is the sum of these atmospheric elements. Wind also. Right. So now tell me what are how is the climate of Sri Lanka? What is the climate of Sri Lanka? If a foreigner asks, what is the climate of Sri Lanka? How would you explain? Yes. What did you say if somebody asks you about the climate of Sri Lanka?
අවුරුද්ද පුරාම ඉර එළිය පවතිනවා.
We receive sunlight throughout the year. Okay. What else? Do we have the 4 seasons? Do we have 4 seasons like other countries? Winter, summer, autumn, spring? Right. So in our country, the country is mostly tropical. As you know, our country is located close to the equator. If you take the globe, and if this is the equator, we are located close to the equator. Right? So, we receive sunlight throughout the year, and also the country is mostly tropical. And generally, it is one of the most hottest countries in the world. And the temperature of the country ranges from 28 to 32 degrees Celsius. This may vary. If we consider areas like Badulla, Bandarvela, their temperatures might get lower, up to about 15, 10, 12 in some days. And there are some areas like Jaffna and Radhapuda, such areas, their temperature might even increase up to 40, 45. But the average, generally, the average is ranging from 28 to 32 degrees Celsius, right? And generally, the humidity is, the RH is 65% all over the country, generally, right? So, we do not have this season, 4 seasons, winter, summer, autumn, spring. We don't have that because we are located closer to the equator. And how about the rainfall? How about the rainfall? Have you heard about 2 seasons that we have, agriculture related seasons, we say Yalak and Maha seasons. Have you heard about that?
ඊසාන දිග සහ නීත දිග මෝසම් වලින් වැස්ස ඇති වෙනවා.
Okay. We receive rains from two monsoons. We call it monsoonal rain. Monsoonal rain. We receive rain from two major monsoons. What are the two major monsoons? Northeast monsoon and southwest monsoon. According to those two main rainfall seasons, we have two major seasons called as Maha season and Yala season. Right? Do you know when the Maha season starts and when Yala season starts? Since you are learning agriculture, you should know. Maha season. When is it starting? October to February. Yeah, it's around September, October to March, February. And what about the Yala? March to September. Yeah, May to August, like. Right. Okay. So when we consider about the rainfall pattern in Sri Lanka, we receive rain in multiple origins, but the main major rainfall is coming from the monsoonal rain, as we discussed. So monsoonal rains, we receive two major monsoons, northeast monsoon and southwest monsoon, right? And the annual rainfall in the country varies from 900 millimeters in dry parts to over 5,000 millimeters in the wettest parts. So in our country, we have a wide range of climate conditions throughout the country. If we move from top of the country, from here to here, from Point Pedro to Zindra Head, we can experience a wide range of climatic conditions, weather patterns. Right? We will expose to high sun, sometimes rain, sometimes cool conditions. So we have a wide variety of climate inside the country. So when we consider about the rainfall, annual rainfall, the dry spots receive rainfall even below 900 millimeters per year, and the wettest parts might receive more than 5,000 millimeters per year. Right? The main share of this rain is coming from the monsoonal rain. Right. So according to this rainfall pattern, we can categorize the seasons into 4 seasons, as you can see in this picture. I hope you can see it clearly. Right. We can start from January. Here, January. We start from December. We receive northeast monsoon from December. January, February, we receive northeast monsoon. Then from May, June, July, August, September, during this month, we receive southwest monsoon. Right? These are the two monsoonal rains, and in between those, we receive what? Intermonsoon. We receive rain from intermonsoon. So two major monsoonal rains and two intermonsoonal rains. Right? So in this one, you can see first we will discuss about the southwest monsoon. Southwest means this part. So here you can see from May to September we receive rain from southwest monsoon, and the rainfall is around 546 millimeters. Then the next main monsoon is northeast monsoon. It is from December to February, and it provides rainfall for about 459 millimeters. And in between these two major monsoons, we receive intermonsoon. The first intermonsoon is from March to April. It provides rain of about 260 millimeters. And the second intermonsoon provides rain for about 548 millimeters. And it's from October to November. This is how we receive rain throughout the year, right? So if you can have a look at these maps, you can see the amount of rain each area of the country receives. Now imagine where you are. I know that you are from various parts of the country, right? මේ ජස්නා එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්න පුළුවන්, කැන්ඩි එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්න පුළුවන්, down south gold පැත් එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. You all are very well spread around the country. So imagine where you are and think about the rainfall each one of you receive during each month of the year, right? So if we consider about a person who is in Chestnut, he will receive rain mainly from the second month. I just think, but you all know now the climatic conditions have been changed worldwide, so there may be slight changes, right? So this is the main classification that we can go for the rainfall season, right? Now let's discuss about each one of these 4 seasons. So when we talk about the first intermonsoon, it's from March to April, and we receive heavy rains with thunderstorms. During April, you know, we receive thunderstorms. So we receive thunderstorms, and generally during the evening and afternoon, they are very typically these conditions, heavy rain and thunderstorms, are clearly observable, right? The next one is second intermonsoon season. It's from October to November. Thunderstorm type of rain, and it's also occurring in typically in afternoon and evening, and this second intermonsoon is a result of depressions and cyclones in the Bay of Bengal. Right, the southwest monsoon is from May to September. It's also called as summer monsoon. So here in the southwest monsoon, windy weather is there, and it will reduce the warmth that is prevailed during the first intermonsoon season, right? And the rains are occurring throughout the day, even during the day and also at night. And sometimes the rain is throughout the day. Not very heavy rain, but sometimes the intermittent raining is observable mainly in the southwestern parts of the country, right? The next one is northeast monsoon. It's also called as winter monsoon. See the time from December to February. It's also called as winter monsoon, and dry and cold winds are blowing from India. Dry and cold winds are blowing, and comparatively the climate is cold and more pleasant and comfortable for the people, right? You know that during these seasons, months. It's very cold and we all like that, isn't it? Okay, now let's see how we can classify the country based on the annual rainfall, right? So according to the rainfall, the amount of rainfall received by each part of the country, we can classify the country into three major regions. So when we consider wet zone, it receives more than 2,500 millimeters of rain per year. Right? Intermediate zone receives range of 1,750 millimeters to 2,500 millimeters. Dry zone less than 1,750 millimeters range. So according to this classification, this is how we can classify the dry zone, intermediate zone, and wet zone. So can you tell me what are the districts that are coming under wet zone? By looking at this map, I know it's very tiny. The letters are very tiny, but try to guess. What are the districts coming under wet zone? Yes.
Colombo, Gampa, Kalutara, Gol.
Some more.
Ratnapura, Nuwarelia, Kagal, Kegol, Kandy, Matali.
Those are the areas that are coming under wet zone. Generally, southern and southwestern parts of the country and also some central parts of the country are coming under wet zone. And what about the intermediate zone? Intermediate zone receives 1,750 to 2,500 millimeters. Kurunagala, Badulla, Monaragala, Masara are some areas that comes under intermediate zone. What about the dry zone? Dry zone receives an annual rainfall less than 1,750 millimeters. What are the areas that comes under dry zone?
Informally. Yeah. No.
Jaffna, Mudatil, Chintamani, Batticaloa, Ampara, Hambantota. So those are the areas that are coming under dry zone. So 3/4 of the island is coming under the dry zone. ලංකාවේ 4/3ක්ම dry zone එකට තමයි අයිති වෙන්නේ. So dry zone receives an annual rainfall less than 1,750 millimeters. Jaffna, Sidinotsi, Mana, Vaunia, Mulati, Chintamani, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Puttalam, Batticaloa, Ampara, Hambantota are the districts that comes under dry zone. The intermediate zone, it receives rain from 1,750 to 2,500 millimeters. Kurunagala, Monaragala, Badulla, North comes under intermediate zone. In wet zone, the rainfall is more than 2,500 millimeters. Masale, Kandy, Kegol, Gampaha, Colombo, Nuwara, Ratnapura, Galle, Kalutara are the areas. So, why do we classify this? According to this rainfall or whatever, classify it. Why do we divide the country into different regions? what is the benefit of it for agriculture?
Plant of crop and prepare the land.
Sorry, can you please speak louder?
Plant of crops and prepare the land.
We can determine which crops are suitable for each region. And also we can plan in advance what are the agricultural practices that we are going to use in our area. අපිට පුළුවන් අපේ පැත්තට අදාළ ගැළපෙන crop තෝරගන්න. ඒ වගේම අපේ agronomic practices manage කරන්න. Right? So now tell me, what are the crops cultivated under each zone? What are the crops grown in dry zone? I know many people are coming from these districts. About 3/4 of the land is coming under dry zone, and I'm sure there are many students who are coming from dry zone. Tell me, what are the crops that are grown there?
Potato.
Sorry?
Potato.
Okay. Potato.
Yes.
Yeah. නැත්නම් කියන්නේ crops ඕන තරම් තියෙනවනේ. මොකද කියන්නේ?
No.
Clear නෑ මට ඔයාලා කියන්නේ. අනිකාද කියලා පොළොන්න රෝජක්නා ඒක ඇතුලේ මොනවද හදන්නේ?
Onions.
Finger meat.
Paddy.
Finger meal.
Yes. Okay, now tell me what are the crops grown in this zone?
Brinjal.
Okay, you have to know what are the crops that are grown in this zone, right? So I have listed a few here in dry and intermediate zones: rice, wheat onion, red onion, black gram, cinnamon, cowpea, green gram, soybean, sesame, maize, groundnut, and chili, potato in all three regions. In some crops, some varieties are there that are suitable for wet zone. Some varieties are there suitable for dry zone. Right? So according to our requirement, according to the land we have and in which zone it belongs, we can decide what are the crops and what are the varieties that we are going to cultivate. Okay. Right. Now let's move on to agroecological zone. Right. This is this classification. Dry zone is from wet zone. That classification is based purely on the amount of rainfall received per year. Right? And this classification is more advanced than this climatic zone. Right? In this classification, the classification is done into smaller units. අපි මේක ගත්තොත් ලංකාවම කොටස් තුනකට බෙදලා තියෙනවා. We divide the whole country into 3 regions. But in agroecological zone, we divide the country into very smaller regions. Now, while in crop Sahati, you might have got confused because the crops that are grown in your area is different from what are grown in Gampaha. Already hadana crops, Gampaha hadana crops වෙනස්. So when I ask what are the crops that are grown in wet zone, you might get confused. But in agroecological zone, we classify even the wet zone into some smaller classification, smaller units. So then we can easily mention what are the crops that are grown in each zone as the zone or the unit is comparatively small. Right? And these units, since they are small, the conditions in this small area are more or less, they are similar. Productivity combined. Right? The land suitability, potential production, and environmental impact. All these things are comparatively similar in these smaller units than considered in this larger area. Okay. So when we consider about the agroecological zone, this is land resource mapping unit, and it is defined based on the climate, landform, soils, and the land cover, and other specific potentials and constraints for land use. මේ ඔක්කොම consider කරලා තමයි agroecological zones are classified. Right? In the case of climatic zones, we just considered only the climate or the rainfall pattern. But here we consider climate, landform, soil, land cover, and other land use methods. Okay? So, in the classification of agroecological regions of Sri Lanka, rainfall, terrain, soil group, and land use and vegetation are considered. Right? We have already talked about rainfall, annual rainfall. And then we have to consider about the terrain. What is meant by terrain? Terrain, I think you learned about this in the morning using Ranavira source lecture. What's the meaning of topography? Didn't you learn that? I think you have heard and learned about it in the morning. Terrain or topography is the physical features of a land area, whether there are mountains, slopes, plateaus, with the physical features of the land and major soil groups. What is the soil group available in that area? And land use and vegetation. I think this also you learned in the morning. Right. So, since we discussed about rainfall, we are going directly into the terrain or the topography. So, when we consider about Sri Lanka, the central part and more towards the southern center part of the country, the island is more mountainous. More mountains are there, and their heights are around 2.5 kilometers. Some are there more than that even. So generally towards the central part of the country, there are mountains and the central highlands. They have complex topographical features like ridges, peaks, plateaus, basins, valleys, and escarpments. Dark variation එකක් තියෙනවා physical features වල towards the center of the country. But in the other part, generally the land is flat. But at some places there will be small hills that are coming at different places. But generally, the other areas are comparatively flat. Right? And these topographical features are strongly affecting the spatial patterns and atmospheric conditions like wind, rainfall, temperature, RH, and other climatic elements. So we have to consider about topography when we are classifying the country into agricultural zones, because these topographic features are affecting the climate or the atmospheric conditions, right? The next, let's see how we can classify the country based on the elevation. What is meant by elevation? What is elevation? Elevation is the height of a certain place when compared to the mean sea level. Sea level එකේ ඉඳන් කොච්චර උසකින්ද හිතලා තියෙන්නේ. Height from the mean sea level. Right? So low country, you can see in light green color, low country is located less than 3 meters from the mean sea level. Sea level එකේ ඉඳන් බැලුවොත් it's 200 meter. හරි ඊට අඩු හරි. Mid country, the height is ranging from 300 to 900 meters from the sea level. Up country is considered as the areas which are located 900 meters above the sea level. Okay, I think you understood. Sea level එකේ ඉඳන් උස තමයි බලන්නේ. If the height is less than 300 meters.
Excuse me, madam. Elevation mean උච්චත්වය.
උච්චත්වය, what did you say? It's the height from the mean sea level. I sadly don't know the Sinhala term. මුහුදු මට්ටමේ ඉඳන් උස. I don't know the Sinhala term. Right? Okay. So it's from the, if this is the sea level, height from the sea level. Okay, I think you understood what it is. Did you understand what it is? Okay. So, low country, mid country, up country. That this is the classification based on the elevation, right? Right. So we discussed about the rainfall, terrain, and now we are going to discuss about the major soil groups. In our country, we have a wide variety of soil types varying from place to place, and we have reddish brown earth soil, non-calcic brown soil, reddish brown lateritic soil, red yellow post-solic, red yellow lateral, immature brown loamy soil, red benzina soil, chromosol, solidized solanate soil, low humid clay soil, meadow post-solic soil, box and half box soil, alluvial soil, rigor soil. So there's a huge variation in soil type. So we have to consider about the soil type when we are classifying the country into agricultural zone. Right? Do you know what is the most common type of soil in our country? Anybody?
Potsolic.
Yes, it is which potsolic? Red yellow potsolic. Red yellow potsolic is the most common type of soil, and I'm going to limit what we are going to talk about soil here because we will learn about soil separately in another course. So according to which type of soil we have in a certain place, we can classify, we can consider in the classification. Okay? Right. So then we are going to talk about the agroecological zone, how the classification is happening. Right? So two versions of this division is there or maps are available. First version and second version. The first version was prepared in 1975, so that's in 1975. And according to this first version of classification, there are 24 agroecological zones. Right? These are the factors that are considered in the first version of the classification. Climate, elevation, degree of rainfall. Okay? Climate, elevation, and degree of rainfall. Yeah, climate in the sense it's the rainfall. Okay? Dry zone, intermediate zone, and wet zone. Right? ඒක ඇතුලේ තව කොච්චරක් rainfall එනවද කියන එක බලලා a numerical value is given according to the degree of rainfall. And when we consider about elevation, according to elevation, three zones are there. Can you tell me what those are?
Low country, mid country, up country.
Yes. And according to rainfall, dry zone, intermediate zone, and wet zone. Right? May ටික consider කරලා තමයි first version එක develop කරලා තියෙන්නේ. And according to that classification, 24 agricultural zones are there. Right? So this is one example. DL1 is one of the regions out of 24. මේ 24න් එකක් තමයි DL1 කියන්නේ. One example. Right? So how do we read this? We read it as, first we say the elevation. Low country, dry zone. 1. That's how we read. ලියන්නේ මෙහෙම. ඉස්සලම ලියන්නේ rainfall එක, elevation එක, you can say degree of rainfall. This is how we write using the notation. මේක තමයි notation. But when we are reading, we say it like low country, dry zone 1. Understood? Did you understand?
Yes, madam.
Okay. This is the first version. Now let's see what are the 24 regions that are coming under each one of these agroecological zones. Right? So when we consider about west zone, according to the climate region, wet zone, intermediate zone, and dry zone. According to elevation, up country, mid country, low country. So in up country wet zone, we have 3 regions. Up country wet zone, okay, 3 regions are there. So we can read it as up country wet zone 1, up country wet zone 2, up country wet zone 3. Right? So these are the 3 regions in up country wet zone. And in mid-country wet zone, mid-country wet zone 1, mid-country wet zone 2, mid-country wet zone 3. And here in low country there are 4. Low country wet zone 1, low country wet zone 2, low country wet zone 3, low country wet zone 4. Right? Altogether, how many zones are there in wet zone? Yes, in wet zone.
10.
Yeah, 10 zones are there. So in intermediate zone, upcountry intermediate zone, upcountry intermediate 1, upcountry intermediate 2, upcountry intermediate 3, mid-country intermediate 1, 2, 3, low country intermediate 1, 2, 3. So how many are there in the mid-country? Sorry, intermediate zone?
10. Sorry, 9.
9. Okay. And in the dry zone, if you can remember, the dry zone, it does not have upcountry. Okay, dry zone okay, dry zone. We don't have upcountry or mid-country. It's just low country. 300 millimeters was the radius adu. Right? So we just have low country. So low country dry zone, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So altogether, there are 24 regions according to the first version. Did you understand up to now? Did you understand up to now?
Yes, madam.
Right. Okay, now let's discuss about the second version. It's a more recent or a new version which was decided in 2003, and this is revised in 2003, the previous version. And according to this one, there are 46. Olympic is right, and 46 are there. So why did they think about revising this? Because there are more spatial and temporal data available now, and we can solve problems. Even if we consider 24 dividing the country into 24 regions means even each region is larger. So there are problems in demarcating the boundaries. So then we broke the 24 into further into 46. Then the characters inside these smaller regions are more similar, right? And also there are different advanced mapping technologies like GIS. So because of these regions, the people have thought of revising the previous version of the agricultural zone classification. So according to the new classification, there are 46 regions, and in dry zone, there are 11, intermediate zone 20, and wet zone 15. Now let's see how this the code or the notation comes. DL1 right? But here we have another letter, a simple letter. Generally, first two letters are capital letters, and then comes the numeric number, and then the letter, simple letter. Okay. This one is based, if you take this example, these things are considered by using these factors. Let's see, D is the dry zone. Dry zone is considered in the climatic zone or the rainfall pattern. According to the rainfall pattern, first uppercase means capital letter is given. second uppercase or the second capital letter is given considering the elevation, low country, mid country, up country, and then a numerical character, a number is given. It is given considering the moisture regime. We consider the rainfall, evapotranspiration, and the rate moisture level. And the simple letter, the lowercase letter, it is given based on the rainfall distribution and the degree of wetness decrease. මේ දෙක consider කළා තමයි මේ letter එක දීලා තියෙන්නේ. Right? So this is the new version of the agroecological zone. So how do we read this? මේක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් notation එක කියන්නේ DL A1 කියලා. DL A1 කියලා. But DL1A කියලා කියනවා, DLA1 කියලා කියනවා. But when you are explaining this, this is low country dry zone A1 or 1A. ඒකට මාරුවක් කරනවා. A1 කියලා තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන්. Low country dry zone. ඉතලා අපි කියන්නේ elevation. කියනකොට. ලියනකොට මෙහෙම. Okay. Now let's see the 46 region. Upcountry wet zone. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Here you can see 2A, 2B. මේවට letters නැහැ. Simple letters නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ දෙකටම තියෙන්නේ එකම moisture regime එක. ඒක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ මේ rainfall distribution, degree of wetness එකෙන් විතරයි මේ දෙක. I hope you understood. මේ බලන්න 1 කියලා ගත්තොත් 1 එකේ දෙකක් තියෙනවා. 2 එකේ දෙකක් තියෙනවා. 3 එකේ දෙකක් තියෙනවා. But here we have only one. No simple letter. That's by considering the moisture regime. Okay. So upcountry wet zone, we have 4. Mid country wet zone, we have 6. Low country wet zone, we have 5. Upcountry intermediate zone, 7. Mid country intermediate 8. Low intermediate 5. And low country dry zone 11. Altogether 46 agroecological regions. Okay. I hope you understood. Here you can see the classification. මෙතනනේ the DL1E, DL1B. I will show you this one. Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay. Now, this is a spatial map given in Google, and here you can see when we zoom in, we would be able to get what is the agroecological zone. Is according to the pointer, where we keep the pointer, the region is given and some information is given here in the by the side. You can see zone B, low country dry zone, B1, 1B, climate zone, dry zone, low country, and the terrain is undulating, that's land, and reddish brown earth, the soil type is reddish brown earth, low humid clay soils are also present, and the land use, rain-fed upland crops, paddy, herbs, and mixed home gardens, forest plantations, So according to the agricultural zone, we can get an idea about each zone. There is a link in the agriculture department website for this one. You can do you know where our university is located? Any idea? Anybody who is close to our university? Do you know? It belongs to this one, ILA1. If you come to our university, for the practicals and all, you should know where it is located. It's close to Kannala and it belongs to the agricultural zone ILA1. Okay, so you can just check the area you belong and what are the land use patterns, major soil types available, the terrain and all. Okay. Let's go back to our presentation. Right. This is a general map where all the agricultural zones are marked. We are somewhere here, ILA1. Can anybody tell where you are from and your agricultural zone by looking at this map? කාට හරි කියන්න පුළුවන් ඔයා කොහෙද ඉන්නේ මොකක්ද ඔයාගේ agricultural zone එක? Can you please tell me? Can I name one of you? Hashini, are you there? Hashini? Hashini?
Yes, madam.
Okay, Hashini, where are you from?
Kurunagala.
Kurunagala. Okay, can you find into which agricultural zone you are belonging to?
Intermediate zone.
You have to tell according to the new version of the classification. Easy, since I showed you where our university is and what our university belongs. First, find where Kurunagala is in the map. Here you can see Kurunagala. What is the agricultural zone?
Intermediate zone.
Intermediate zone කියන්නේ මොකක් අනුවද rainfall එක අනුව. I am asking the whole complete agricultural zone. Intermediate zone is correct. Okay. Is it up country, low country, or mid country?
Mid country.
I even told you where this is heading ILA1. කියන එක තමයි කුරුණෑගල අයිති. Okay, another one.
Can be mid-country intermediate zone.
Candy is here.
Mid-country intermediate 3A.
No, here can you see the point? Mid-country vector 3B here. How to zoom kala balana? Maybe can be. Okay. You can when you get the sensation, you can just zoom in and check into which agricultural zone you belong, and also you can also Google and check the agricultural zone, land use patterns, and those things using the link I showed you. I can add it into the LMS also. You can just check and decide. Think about the crops and the land use and everything. Okay, right. So here a general classification is there. Low country dry zone. The annual rainfall expectancy is 650 to 1,200 millimeters. These are the soil types, and the land use rain-fed upland crops, paddy, home garden crops, forest crops, sugarcane, cashew, coconut, and onion. Right? Low country intermediate zone 1,100 to 1,600 regular phosphoric bed. And coconut, home garden, sport agriculture crops, paddy are the crops here. And in mid-country intermediate zone 1,100 to 2,000, and these are the soil types, and these are the crops here. So you can have an idea by looking at this as well, but if you go to that link and click each one of these agricultural zones, you will be able to identify the exact location and the agricultural zone. So I will share it again with you. Here you can see where Kandy is. Kandy is located here. It is mid-country red zone 3B, and this is how the classification is going on. The right hand side you can see the climatic zone is west zone, agricultural zone is agricultural means according to the terrain, mid-country, and hilly, rolling, undulating steep because it's the hill country, mountainous and complex physical structures or physical features are there, and maybe soil types are reddish brown, that's solid, immature brown low humid clay soil, and land use. Generally in sandy-like areas, we have home gardens, oat agriculture crops, tea, vegetables, and paddy. And annual rainfall is around 1,400 millimeters, right? So that is how we decide the agroecological zone. I think in the morning you learned about the land use classification and all. Okay. I'll go back to the presentation. Right, we are here. And next, with that, I'm going to wind up the presentation and the lecture today. Right.
Recording stopped.
Do you have any questions after that? Did you understand? Since the time has passed, I just went too quickly. I hope you understood. Did you understand? Do you have any questions? ප්‍රශ්නත් නෑ තේරුණෙත් නැද්ද? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, right. Then we will stop for today, and we will meet most probably next week with another subject. Okay, thank you for your concentration.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.